Chapter 145. Spring Wind Pavilion. As soon as Li Mu walked in, the brothel keeper greeted him with a smile. "Young master, do you know any girls? Would you like me to recommend them to you?" "Li Mu, it's my first time here." The smile on the brothel keeper's face became bigger. "Oh, it's a new guest. Today, you must serve the young master well. Xiang Xiang, Chow Chow, Rong Rong, you three come here." Several girls were called over by the brothel keeper. The brothel keeper approached Li Mu and asked with a smile, "These three are the top girls in our shop. They are proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Young master, which one do you like?" Li Mu took a step back, keeping a distance from the brothel keeper, and looked at the three girls opposite him. Of the three, one was petite and cute, one had a hot figure, and one was tall and cold. Li Mu thought for a moment, pointed to the third one, and said, "She is." The brothel keeper said, "Rong Rong, why don't you lead the young master upstairs?" "Young master, please." The cold woman said coldly to Li Mu and turned to go upstairs. Although it was Li Mu's first time in a brothel, he knew that the attitude of a brothel woman to a guest was not like this. Li Si and Li Mu had said this kind of trick was just one of the methods they used to attract guests. This woman was not really cold, this was just her character. After all, the guests who could choose her were generally a little masochistic. They liked this kind of cold type, which made them more excited. The woman opened the door of a room and led Li Mu in. Then, she sat on the edge of the bed and pretended to be unapproachable. Li Mu walked to her side and asked, "Can you play the zither?" The woman was stunned for a moment and shook her head. "Can you play the flute?" The woman continued to shake her head. "How about the pipe?" The woman still shook her head. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You can't do this, you can't do that, and you have the nerve to say that you're proficient in everything. Go down and tell the brothel keeper to get someone who can do these things." The woman was stunned for a moment. Then, she suddenly stood up and walked downstairs angrily. She said to the procuress, "There's a strange person here. He doesn't do what he should do and only wants to listen to music. Is he crazy? Who would come to a brothel to listen to music? I can't take this job. In this world, there are all kinds of hobbies. I usually ask you to practice the zither, but you don't listen. Now you're blaming the customer." The brothel keeper shook her head and said to the voluptuous woman, "Chow Chow, you go." Li Mu sat in the room for a while. The plump woman named Chow Chow, whom the brothel keeper had introduced just now, swayed her hips and walked in. She hugged a Guqin and asked with a smile, "Young master, what song do you want me to play?" "Li Mu, just play whatever you know." The woman put the Guqin aside and began to take off her clothes. Li Mu was stunned for a moment and asked, "If you want to play the zither, then play the zither. Why are you taking off your clothes?" The plump woman was startled and asked, "Do I have to wear it and play it?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Wear it." The woman looked at him strangely. She could only sit down and play the zither with both hands. This woman's zither skills could only be regarded as a beginner. But it was still incomparable to Lu Hanyan. Li Mu was used to Lu Hanyan playing the zither. Listening to her again, it was somewhat boring. The woman played the zither and found that there was no movement beside the bed. She looked up and found that the young customer was lying on the bed asleep. She couldn't help but feel strange. In the past few months, she had served a lot of customers, but this was the first time she met someone like him. He came to the brothel and didn't look for physical entertainment. He only listened to music and fell asleep. However, she was not too surprised. She had seen men with all kinds of hobbies. Some people's hobbies in this area were so abnormal that it made people's hair stand on end. Compared to them, this young master was nothing. She played for a while and saw that the other party had fallen asleep. Her fingers left the strings, stood up, and lit an incense burner. As the incense burner emitted green smoke, a trace of weak yang qi drifted out from Li Mu's body and was absorbed into the incense burner. After doing this, the woman walked to the bed and looked at Li Mu's face. She murmured, "You look so handsome, where can't you find a woman? Why did you come to this kind of place?" She gently stroked Li Mu's face and sighed, "What a handsome young master." Li Mu, who was lying on the bed, already knew what this brothel was doing secretly. They were the same as the green snake, sucking people's yang qi. However, the green snake was obviously not smart enough. It only grabbed one person and sucked. Naturally, it was easy to reveal flaws and be noticed by the authorities. And the same method of sucking people's yang qi, this brothel's method was much more brilliant. The customers who came here were originally here to have fun. Coincidentally, their way of having fun was also very physically and mentally exhausting. This way, even if they lost some yang qi, no one would notice. The lack of yang qi was not much different from the lack of kidney qi. They didn't need to absorb too much from a person. As long as the brothel was open, there would be an endless stream of customers. The yang qi was inexhaustible. This woman was not a demon ghost, nor was she a cultivator. She mainly relied on that strange incense burner to absorb yang qi. In order not to arouse suspicion, Li Mu took the initiative to release a trace of yang qi for her to absorb. He also didn't absorb too much of this woman's lust, so that she wouldn't feel the slightest discomfort. In the process of carrying out his task, he didn't forget to take advantage of her. After all, whether or not she could complete the collection of yang qi and successfully condense the sixth essence depended on this. Li Mu didn't know where the yang qi absorbed by the incense burner went. He was only here today to find out. During this period, he would probably become a regular here. After all, the county government didn't want to destroy this place. They wanted to secretly investigate and find out the secret of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He had absorbed enough of yang qi. If he continued, this woman would notice. Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. "Young master, you're awake." The woman sat by the bed and smiled. "Do you want me to help you bathe?" "No need. I just want to sleep for a while." Li Mu said, "I haven't been sleeping well these few days. After listening to your song, I feel much better. I'll look for you again next time." The woman stared blankly as Li Mu got off the bed, put on his shoes and walked out. She sat by the bed and said in surprise, "That's it. That's it." Downstairs, Li Mu looked at the brothel keeper and asked, "Listening to a song costs 1 tael of silver?" The brothel keeper smiled and said, 1 tael of silver is cheap. If young master goes to the music house and orders the ladies, it will be even more expensive." Li Mu didn't talk nonsense with the brothel keeper. He simply took out the money. He knew that this kind of place was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. This money must be reimbursed by the government office later. The plump woman came down from upstairs and said, "This young master is really strange. He just listened to a song and slept." The brothel keeper didn't care and said, "There are all kinds of people in this world. It's not strange after seeing many of them." After she said that, she asked a question without rhyme or reason, "You didn't forget, right?" The plump woman nodded and said, "I didn't forget." The brothel keeper said, "That's good. Go outside and get customers." Li Mu walked out of Spring Wind Pavilion. He didn't go to the government office, nor did he go home. First, he walked around for a while to see if anyone was following him. It was difficult for a normal man to go to a brothel to listen to music without arousing suspicion. But this was something that couldn't be helped. Arrestor Zhao's intention was to let him put on a show and be a dedicated undercover agent. He had to make the show real and use real guns and real bullets. Of course, Li Mu couldn't accept it. For a mission, he lost the primordial yang energy that he had saved for 19 years. It was a bloody loss. His primordial yang energy was reserved for Lu Hanyan. On the street of June City, at the door of a tea house, Lu Hanyan looked at the door of Spring Wind Pavilion and asked Zhang Shan, "Did Li Mu just come out from inside?" Zhang Shan quickly shook his head and said, "No, I didn't see him." "You must have mistaken him for someone else." When Li Mu returned home, Lu Hanyan was sitting in the courtyard with her back to him. Wan Wan stood beside her and kept winking at Li Mu. Lu Hanyan turned to look at him and asked, "Where did you go at noon?" Li Mu said, "I didn't do anything, nothing." Lu Hanyan stood up and looked at him with disappointment. "Wan Wan and I saw you come out of the brothel with our own eyes." Li Mu was startled and explained. Lu Hanyan said sadly, "What about you? Don't tell me that you went to the brothel just to listen to music." Li Mu was silent for a moment. He looked at her and said helplessly, "If I said that I really just listened to a song, would you believe me?" Lu Hanyan didn't say anything. Li Mu didn't expect that he would be caught red-handed doing a proper job. Times had changed. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have needed to explain to Lu Hanyan. But it was different now. If he didn't explain, the wife he was about to pursue might run away. Li Mu looked pleadingly at the little fox and said, "Xiao Bai, you're the only one who can prove my innocence now." Xiao Bai understood and jumped onto the table. She said to Lu Hanyan, "Big sister Lu, you misunderstood. Nothing really happened with our benefactor." Lu Hanyan said angrily, "You're still speaking up for him at this point." "No, I'm not siding with our benefactor." Xiao Bai leaned close to Lu Hanyan's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Hanyan was stunned for a moment. She said in disbelief, "You can tell." Xiao Bai nodded and said, "This is the talent of our clan. Our benefactor still has his vitality." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and said, "I swear, I went to the brothel today for an errand. I came back after listening to a song. I didn't even touch those girls." Lu Hanyan already believed him, but she still said stubbornly, "What errand required you to go to the brothel?" Li Mu didn't answer. He just shook his head and said, "You don't trust me. You've disappointed me." He ignored Lu Hanyan and went straight to his room. After a while, Lu Hanyan walked in from outside and whispered, "I was wrong." Li Mu glanced at her. "What was wrong?" Lu Hanyan lowered her head and said, "I shouldn't have mistrusted you." Li Mu snorted and said, "Is one wrong enough?" Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and threw him on the bed. She kissed him lightly on the lips and asked, "I gave you my first kiss. Is that enough?" Li Mu pursed his lips and said, "You can make a few more mistakes next time. In your dreams." Lu Hanyan sat up again and asked, "Was this your first kiss too?" Li Mu thought for a moment and nodded. "You're also the first woman I kissed." Chapter 146. Lu Hanyan was the first and only woman Li Mu had ever kissed. He was a ghost, not a human. At that time, Li Mu's life was in danger. He was almost killed by Thousand Illusions' venerable master's soul power. He was in a coma and didn't have time to think about other things. Thinking of he didn't know if she had come out of seclusion or if she had received the two ghosts Li Mu had sent her. Lu Hanyan was keenly aware of something and asked Li Mu, "What are you thinking about?" Li Mu quickly came back to his senses and said, "You kissed me too quickly. I wasn't ready yet. Do you want to do it again, in your dreams?" Lu Hanyan left in a hurry with a red face. Li Mu was relieved. Haste makes waste, and Lu Hanyan couldn't eat hot tofu. She took the initiative to kiss Li Mu, which was already a big step forward in their relationship. If Li Mu took an inch and wanted a mile, it would have the opposite effect. Let nature take its course. One day, the two of them would be able to completely give themselves to each other. Being caught by Lu Hanyan in the act of going to the brothel was also good. In the future, he could openly enter Spring Wind Pavilion without worrying about Lu Hanyan being angry. During the day, he only saw that the brothel was using some kind of utensils to absorb the yang energy of the customers. At night, Li Mu went to Spring Wind Pavilion again. As usual, he called a woman to play the zither while he slept on the bed. When the woman saw that Li Mu was sleeping, the zither gradually slowed down and stopped. She glanced at the sleeping Li Mu, picked up the incense burner, and left the room. When she left, she didn't notice that a paper figurine the size of her pinky was stuck to the bottom of her shoe. With the sound of the door closing, Li Mu, who had long since fallen asleep on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Paper dolls were a secret technique of the Fulu school. Originally, only the disciples of the Fulu school could make them. Li Mu had found the method to make them from the memories of the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master. The paper dolls created through the Fulu method could replace the owner to do some things. They could also be used to explore dangerous places. They had a wide range of uses. With the aid of the paper doll, he could hear the voices around the woman. In his ears, other than the sound of gentle footsteps, there were occasional moans of men and women. As the woman walked down the stairs and into the backyard, Li Mu's ears finally quieted down. Spring Wind Pavilion, backyard. The woman carried the incense burner to an ancient well. The brothel keeper of Spring Wind Pavilion was guarding the well. The woman slowly walked over and handed the incense burner to her. The procuress took the incense burner and said, "You stay here and guard. Don't let any outsiders come in." The woman nodded respectfully and stood at the mouth of the well. The procuress held the incense burner and looked around. Seeing that there was no one in the courtyard, she directly jumped into the well. Li Mu was lying on the bed in the room. He didn't know what was going on around the woman. After the procuress's voice disappeared, there was no more sound. With the help of the paper doll, the range of hearing was limited. Li Mu was too far away from the woman, so his hearing couldn't work. He thought for a moment, got down from the bed, went around the back door, and flashed into the backyard. He covered his stomach and ran around. The woman found him and said in panic, "Young master, why did you come down?" Li Mu's face turned red. "Latrine, where is the latrine?" The woman pointed to the corner and said, "The latrine is there." Li Mu ran into the latrine in the corner of the courtyard. The woman looked at the latrine and then at the mouth of the well. She slowly put down a wooden bucket. Li Mu closed the latrine door and silently recited the clear heart chant to eliminate all disturbances. Finally, with his hearing, he vaguely heard some sounds. The sound came from underground. Li Mu thought of the dry well in the courtyard. He was sure that there was a problem with the well. Ghost General, last place, sacrifice, Yang Qi, the sound coming from underground was very weak. Li Mu could roughly hear it. He was worried that if he stayed too long, he would be discovered and affect his plan. After listening for a moment, he walked out of the latrine, left 1 silver, and left Spring Wind Pavilion. A moment later, in the backyard of Spring Wind Pavilion, the woman lifted the wooden bucket and the procuress's body slowly floated out of the well. He looked at the woman and asked, "No one came here, right?" The woman shook her head. The nervousness on the procuress's face disappeared. She swayed her body and left. The woman left as well. As she walked, the paper dolls under her feet gradually turned to dust and disappeared. Half a month passed in a flash. In this half a month, everything in Spring Wind Pavilion was normal. The only difference was that every day, a young master would come here and pick a girl. He would only listen to music and sleep, not doing the things that men and women like to do. At first, everyone was a little strange, but after a long time, they became accustomed to it. Many of the guests who came here had strange fetishes. Some had a special liking for women's feet, some liked to be whipped by girls, and some liked to wear girls' underwear. Compared to them, the young master's hobbies were nothing. Yangqiu County Government. Li Mu, wearing a cloak, entered from the back door and went to the guard room. In this half a month, he went to Spring Wind Pavilion every day and secretly investigated some information. At the same time, he also accumulated a lot of lust. Almost all the prostitutes in Spring Wind Pavilion had been sucked by him. He sat in the guard room for a while. Not long after, Constable Zhao came in from outside. He walked in front of Li Mu and asked, "How's the investigation?" Li Mu nodded and said, "After more than half a month of secret investigation, I found that behind Spring Wind Pavilion, there is indeed a ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon controlling it. Her hiding place is in the well in the backyard of Spring Wind Pavilion." Constable Zhao said, "The ghost Chi is hidden in the well. No wonder you can't see anything strange from the outside." Li Mu continued, "The procuress and prostitutes of Spring Wind Pavilion should have been bewitched by her long ago. They secretly absorbed the yang qi of the guests for her to cultivate. Demonic ghosts could not only eat people, but they were also good at bewitching people. Those who were bewitched by them would completely become their slaves, unable to have the slightest disloyalty." Constable Zhao asked, "Why did this ghost take the risk to cause trouble in the county capital? Did you find the reason?" "I found it." Li Mu nodded and said, "The 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon are not fixed. As long as the ghost soldiers under him are strong enough, they can replace their positions at any time. Not only that, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon also set a cruel rule for the 18 ghost generals." Constable Zhao asked, "What rule?" Li Mu continued, "Within a certain period of time, the last ghost general who has not reached the spirit realm will be used as a sacrifice. His spirit will be erased and his soul will be sacrificed. In the backyard of Spring Wind Pavilion, the female ghost under the well has the strength of a peak evil spirit, almost reaching the spirit realm. She absorbs the yang qi of these people in order to advance. If she succeeds in advancing to the spirit realm, she will not have to worry about being sacrificed. Although the strength of a peak evil spirit ranked at the bottom of the 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, it was not the last. The culprit who made the female ghost so nervous was actually Li Mu. Before he killed the ghost general was ranked last among the 18 ghost generals. After he killed the ghost general, the female ghost became the last. If she didn't work hard, her intelligence would be erased and she would become someone else's nourishment. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon could think of such a way to motivate his employees. He was a genius. Constable Zhao asked, "Did you find out the secret of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon?" "No." Li Mu shook his head and said, "If Chu Jiang of Gojoseon really has a secret, I'm afraid it's not something a low-level ghost general can know." "That's true." Constable Zhao nodded and said, "Continue to investigate first. Once you have any news, immediately report to the county government." Li Mu had a troubled look on his face. Constable Zhao asked, "What's the problem?" Li Mu said, "The expenses at Spring Wind Pavilion are too expensive. From start to finish, I have already spent more than 10 taels of silver. I can't keep paying like this. How about the Yamen give me some in advance?" Constable Zhao said in surprise. "Didn't they say that you hooked up with a rich woman, lived in a big house, and wore clothes of the best quality?" Li Mu froze for a moment and said angrily, "Who leaked? Who spread the rumor?" Constable Zhao smiled and said, "I only heard about it. The Yamen should pay for these taels of silver. I'll go to the treasury later to get it for you." Constable Zhao left the guard room and quickly came back. He gave Li Mu 30 taels of silver and said, "Take these 30 taels of silver first. If it's not enough, come to the Yamen to get more." Li Mu took the taels of silver and thought that he could be extravagant today. He could order 2 girls, one to play the zither, one to play the flute, and one to play the zither and flute. Anyway, the Yamen would reimburse him. If he exceeded the budget, he could apply again. After Constable Zhao finished speaking, he took out another item and handed it to Li Mu. He said, "The female ghost at the peak of the evil spirit realm is not to be underestimated. If things change, you might have to confront her directly. Take this magic weapon and return it when you're done. Li Mu looked down at the item in his hand. It looked like a soft branch, light as if it was weightless. He looked at Constable Zhao and asked, "What is this?" Constable Zhao explained, "This item is called the soul-beating whip. It's made from a 1,000-year-old willow branch and can cause great damage to souls and primordial spirits. With one whip, an ordinary Yin spirit or resentful spirit will die and scatter. Even if it's an evil spirit, it won't feel good if it gets whipped. As long as you use this whip to delay the female ghost for a moment and send a message in time, the Yaman's reinforcements will arrive immediately." Li Mu's eyes lit up. The whip's restraint on souls was even stronger than his Bai sword. After using it, he had to figure out a way to get it. It would be a good idea to give it to Wan Wan for self-defense. Constable Zhao saw the light in his eyes and coughed softly. He said, "This is something from the Yaman. I'm only lending it to you temporarily. You have to return it when you're done with it." Li Mu smiled and said, I understand. He put away the soul-beating whip and thought for a moment. He asked again, "If something from the Yaman is broken or lost in the process of carrying out a task, do I have to pay for it?" Chapter 147. If he could get a free meal, Li Mu certainly wouldn't want to waste the opportunity to choose a reward. Unfortunately, Constable Zhao mercilessly told him that if something was lost or broken, he would have to pay for it. The value of each magic weapon couldn't be measured by the money of the secular world. If it had to be converted into silver, it would be at least 1,000 taels of silver. Although Lu Hanyan didn't lack this 1,000 taels of silver, she certainly wouldn't allow Li Mu to be so prodigal. Li Mu temporarily dispelled the idea of stealing this magic weapon. He put away the soul-beating whip. As long as he didn't activate it, no aura would leak out, and he wasn't afraid of being sensed by the evil spirit. Spring Wind Pavilion. When Li Mu walked in again, the brothel keeper greeted him and said with familiarity, "Oh, young master, are you going to order some more chow chow this time?" Li Mu had just received the special funds from the Yaman, so he generously said, "I'll order 2 this time." "You can arrange it as you see fit." The brothel keeper said, "If it's 2, you'll have to pay more. In any case, the money would have to be returned." One more person meant one more person. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Fine, I'll pay more." "Do I look like someone who can't afford to pay more?" "Of course not." The brothel keeper's face was full of smiles. She beckoned the 2 women and said, "Hua Hua, Huan Huan, you 2 accompany the young master." After entering the room, Li Mu had one woman play the zither and the other massage his legs. After a while, he had them switch places. The woman who was massaging his legs went to play the zither and the woman who was playing the zither massaged his legs. In this way, he could evenly and continuously absorb the lust of the 2. It had to be said that this body was simply a sharp tool to harvest lust. He could cultivate by lying down every day. Li Mu closed his eyes as if he was enjoying himself, but his mind had already followed the brothel keeper to the bottom of the well. The silver he had just given to the brothel keeper had already been tampered with by him. There was a paper man at the bottom of the silver and a layer of silver powder. As long as the silver powder wasn't deliberately scraped off, the paper man wouldn't be found. The procuress carried the money with her. This time, Li Mu heard the voice very clearly through the paper figurine. Spring Wind Pavilion's backyard, under the well. This well was dry and devoid of water, but there was another space. In a small space under the well, there were tables, chairs, and cabinets. Nothing was lacking. A red-clothed woman was lazily lying on a bed. On the cabinet in front of the bed, there were several incense burners. The red-clothed woman gently took a deep breath. White smoke rose from the incense burners and was slowly sucked into her nose. After inhaling the smoke, a satisfied look appeared on her face. The procuress stood respectfully in front of the bed. After she finished inhaling the smoke, she replaced the incense burner with the other one. The woman in red took a few deep breaths and said, "You don't have to send any more incense burners down. The ones in the room can also be removed." Hearing this, the brothel keeper's face lit up. She asked, "Madam, are you finally going to be promoted?" The woman in red exhaled and said, "It's too late." The procuress was surprised. How can it be too late? The woman in red said, "In 3 days, His Highness will summon all the ghost generals. According to the news I received, a month ago, the green-faced ghost was killed by someone. There are only 17 ghost generals left. Without him, I'm the last of the ghost generals. If I can't advance to the spirit realm in 3 days, I will become His Highness' sacrifice." The procuress hurriedly asked, "What does Madam plan to do?" The woman in red got out of bed and said, "Fortunately, I'm only 1 step away from the spirit realm. As long as I absorb the young souls of all the men in this building, I can immediately advance." The procuress was worried, "But if Madam does this, I'm afraid you won't be able to hide it for long. The Yamen will soon know." The woman in red said, "These heartless men who only think with their lower bodies deserve to die. After I absorb them, I will leave here. You all should also run for your lives." On the bed in a room on the 2nd floor of Spring Wind Pavilion, Lemur suddenly opened his eyes. The woman who was massaging his legs was surprised. "Young master, did I hurt you?" Lemur said, "It's none of your business. You can leave first. I want to sleep alone." The two of them stood up and silently left the room. The moment the door closed, Lemur got up from the bed and crushed a communication jade token without hesitation. After his investigation and the information collected by the Yamen over the past few years about Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and the 18 ghost generals, he found that the one who was hiding in Spring Wind Pavilion and absorbing the yang energy of the brothel guests was an evil ghost called Lustful Man, under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. The one Lemur killed was called Green-Faced Ghost. Lustful Man and Green-Faced Ghost were ranked very low among the 18 ghost generals. Lemur thought that Lustful Man would be obedient and slowly absorb the yang energy. He didn't expect that he would kill Green-Faced Ghost and force Lustful Man into a desperate situation. 3 days later, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon would summon the ghost generals. At that time, Lustful Man would have to die again if he couldn't advance to the soul realm. Therefore, she was prepared to risk everything and use the brothel guests in exchange for a chance to advance. This brothel was under her control. Even if the guests died in the brothel, they would be discovered at least at night or even the next day. It would take time for the jade token to send a message and for reinforcements to arrive. During this time, Lustful Man would have absorbed many people. Lemur didn't have time to hesitate. He pushed the door open and went downstairs. He walked down the stairs and saw a woman in red walking out of the backyard with the procuress. The woman in red had an ordinary face. She looked like an ordinary woman, but Lemur felt that she was very dangerous. Lemur's mind raced. In the next moment, he walked in front of the procuress and said, "I've been here so many times. Today, I don't want to listen to music. I want to eat meat." The procuress naturally knew what it meant to eat meat. She smiled and said, "Young master, who do you like? I'll arrange it for you." Lemur pointed at the woman in red and said, "I want her." The procuress's expression changed and she laughed dryly. This won't do." Lemur threw over an ingot of silver and said, "Why not? Do you have money that you don't want to earn here?" The old woman was about to speak when the woman in red took the silver and said with a smile, "As long as you don't mind me being old, I'm willing to accompany you for a while." The procuress's lips moved, but she didn't dare to say anything. Lemur smiled at the woman in red and said, "Let's go." Seeing the two of them go up the stairs one after another, the procuress shook her head and said, "He's so handsome. What a pity." She sighed and said to a woman beside her, "Let everyone stand outside. Today, we'll attract more guests." On the second floor, Li Mu led the woman in red in and turned to close the door. In order to prevent this female ghost from killing others, he could only take the risk. However, wealth came from danger. This female ghost wanted to suck Li Mu's yang qi, and Li Mu also wanted to suck her lust. That green snake made Li Mu want to eat it. He had long wanted to find a more powerful demon ghost to harvest. This woman was only one step away from the soul realm. If he sucked her lust, and coupled with the gains from Li Mu's brothel during this period of time, it should be enough for him to condense the seventh soul. In this way, among the 7 souls, he only lacked the 5th soul. Fei Du, the woman in red, walked to the bed and leaned against it. She said, "Young master, you have to take pity on me." Li Mu walked to the bed and pretended to untie his belt. The woman in red sucked gently, and the yang qi in Li Mu's body dissipated and was sucked into her body. She coveted Li Mu's yang qi, so she would definitely have desire for Li Mu. Li Mu took a deep breath. The strong power of lust made him intoxicated. In order to make her more lust, Li Mu controlled the yang qi and poured it out of his body. He had already refined the 5 souls and had a pure yang body. The yang qi in his body was very abundant. This loss was nothing. The woman in red had a strange look in her eyes. The yang qi of the person in front of her was completely different from the yang qi of those men. Not only was it endless, but it also played a far better role in her cultivation than ordinary men. A greedy look appeared on her face as she increased the speed of her absorption. Li Mu's belt was still not untied. The speed of his absorption increased as well. Suddenly, a suspicious look appeared on the woman in red's face. After absorbing so much yang qi, not only did she not feel excited, she even felt a little weak. Li Mu had absorbed enough of the lust. Seeing that the ghost was suspicious, he raised his hand without hesitation and flung out a whip shadow from his sleeve, lashing the woman in red. The woman in red could not dodge at all and was instantly whipped. Sizzle! When the soul-striking whip struck her, a black mark appeared on her body. Wisps of ghostly qi spread out from the mark. "You're a cultivator." The woman in red's face was filled with anger. After coming to her senses, she stabbed her 2 ghostly claws at Li Mu's body. Li Mu was already prepared. As he retreated quickly, he lashed out with his whip again. Another black mark appeared on the woman's hand. Her face was extremely ferocious. She let out an angry roar and no longer bothered with Li Mu. She turned into a cloud of black mist and broke out of the window. She had actually escaped. Li Mu walked to the window and sensed a powerful aura. It was chasing after Lei Feng. Since the county governor had already made his move, Li Mu did not need to chase after her. He walked to the door and knocked out the procuress who had heard the commotion in the room and was about to come in to check. Many constables rushed in from the door and subdued all the brothel girls who did not know what had happened. Constable Zhao walked in and said, "The county governor has personally chased after her. She can't escape. Why did you suddenly clash with her? Did she find out?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "In 3 days, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon will gather all the ghost generals. The woman in red does not want to be sacrificed and is prepared to risk everything. She will kill everyone in the brothel and suck their yang qi in blood. I had no choice but to lure her into the room and send you a message at the same time." Constable Zhao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Well done. When we return to the county office, you will be rewarded. Can you return the soul-striking whip first?" Chapter 148. P.S. In the previous chapter, the name of the female ghost has been changed to Mrs. Chu. Li Mu regretfully handed the soul-beating whip to Constable Zhao. When he felt the lust in his body, his mood became better again. For Mrs. Chu, if she couldn't reach the soul realm in 3 days, she would be sacrificed to Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Therefore, she had an extremely urgent desire to absorb Li Mu's yang qi. This desire between life and death just happened to make Li Mu. He could feel that the lust in his body had been perfected and he could condense his soul at any time. In Spring Wind Pavilion, the two women, Xiao Xiao and Rong Rong, looked at Li Mu angrily. They gritted their teeth and said, "It's you who harmed Mrs. Chu." Li Mu had called them out the most in the past half-month, so he was the most familiar with them. He sighed and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a constable." Many prostitutes in the brothel, including the madam, had long been bewitched by Mrs. Chu. They regarded her as their master in their hearts. They needed the cultivators of the yamen to forcibly intervene in their minds so that they could become ordinary people again. Constable Zhao looked at the crowd and ordered, "Take them back to the yamen first." The constables took the prostitutes and marched to the yamen, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. When they passed by Yunyan Pavilion, even Lu Hanyan ran out to watch the fun. She saw Li Mu walking at the front at a glance. She ran over and asked, "What's going on?" Li Mu said, "Behind Spring Wind Pavilion, there is a female ghost controlling it. These are all brothel girls who have been bewitched by her. Now I want to take them back to the government office and remove the bewitchment of the female ghost. Now you should believe that I went to the brothel to do something serious, right?" Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm not by your side. Who knows what you're doing inside?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Do you think I'm stupid enough to give away my primordial yang that I've been saving for 19 years to these prostitutes? My primordial yang is for you." Lu Hanyan blushed and quickly covered Li Mu's mouth. Since the last time she took the initiative to kiss him, he became bolder and bolder in front of her. The constables not far away did not hear what Li Mu said, but they saw the intimate actions of the two. One of the constables sighed and said, "Everyone said that Li Mu hooked up with a young, beautiful, and rich woman. I didn't believe it, but now I do." Another constable shook his head and said, "Li Mu is handsome and capable. He is highly regarded by Constable Zhao and the county lieutenant. His future is limitless. We can't be envious of him." Li Mu's hearing was very good. The words of those people entered his ears without missing a single word. He was a little depressed and said with a sigh, "They all said that I'm with you because of your money." Lu Hanyan said, "Isn't that the case? Shallow. Do you think I'm Zhang Shan who only has eyes for money?" Li Mu looked at her and said, "I like you because of your knowledge, gentleness, generosity, kindness, consideration, independence, talent, beauty, and dignity. Do you also say the same to those prostitutes?" Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu, but her wrist involuntarily wrapped around his. The Yunyan Pavilion would officially open in 2 days. She had nothing to do, so she held Li Mu's arm and followed him all the way to the county yamen. A few constables gathered the prostitutes in a room and removed the female ghost's charm on them. After a quarter of an hour, these women came out of the room. Although their faces were a little pale, their eyes were less rigid and more lively. Several women came over and bowed to Li Mu, gratefully saying, "Thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have been bewitched by that evil ghost for the rest of our lives." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I'm a constable. This is what I should do." The brothel keeper of Spring Wind Pavilion was even more excited. She ran over and said to Li Mu, "If it weren't for you, our Spring Wind Pavilion would be finished. If you come to Spring Wind Pavilion in the future, you can order whoever you want. I promise you that I won't charge you a single cent." Li Mu was a little emotional. He never thought that one day he would be treated like Li Si in a brothel. Then he felt the temperature around him drop, and a chill rose from his heart. He said with a straight face, "There's no need for that." The brothel keeper thought Li Mu didn't believe her, so she quickly said, "You can come over today. I'll let your favorite Xiao Xiao and Rong Rong serve you together." "Xiao Xiao, Rong Rong, why aren't you coming over?" Constable Zhao looked at the two women coming over and said to Li Mu meaningfully, "One is cold and proud, and the other is beautiful beyond compare." "You really know how to choose." Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu with a smile and asked, so that's what you like? Between Chow Chow and Rong Rong, who do you like more? This was a question of death with only one correct answer. Chow Chow had a proud figure, while Rong Rong was cold and arrogant. If Li Mu dared to say that he preferred the cold and arrogant one, he would have to sleep alone tonight. He cleared his throat and was about to speak when the brothel keeper spoke first. I think His Excellency likes Rong Rong more. The first time he came, he took a fancy to Rong Rong at first sight. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and said, I'll go back first. Constable Zhao didn't understand. Li Si patted Li Mu's shoulder and said, the devil is hidden in the details. You deserve it. When the brothel girls left the yamen, they looked at Li Mu reluctantly and said, His Excellency, we'll wait for you at Spring Wind Pavilion. Li Mu could somewhat understand how Li Si felt before, but he didn't want this feeling. Just as he was about to chase after Lu Hanyan, a figure came from outside. Commandant Shen walked into the yamen, holding a thick iron chain in one hand. On the other end of the iron chain was a woman with disheveled hair. Li Mu looked carefully and recognized that she was Madame Chu. However, at this time, she was in a very sorry state. Her clothes were tattered and her hair was disheveled. Even her originally solid body was much more illusory. The iron chain passed through her shoulder blade, making it impossible for her to turn into a soul and break free. Commandant Shen looked at her indifferently and asked, Speak, what is Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's plot to come to the North County? Madame Chu stared at him fiercely and didn't say a word. A smile appeared on Commandant Shen's face and he said coldly, You won't speak, right? Li Mu walked out of the Yamen's courtyard and could still hear Madame Chu's miserable screams. He didn't expect that Commandant Shen, a gentle person, could be so cruel. Even Li Mu couldn't stand the way he forced Madame Chu to speak and could only temporarily avoid him. Constable Zhao followed him out and sighed. Commandant Shen's parents and wife were all killed by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. His hatred for Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is unimaginable. When the screams in the courtyard stopped and Li Mu walked in again, Madame Chu's soul was extremely weak and was on the verge of dissipating. Commandant Shen glanced at Li Mu and said, You haven't condensed your soul yet. Her soul power is useful to you. You can deal with it. Li Mu cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Commandant Shen. It seemed that he didn't get any useful information from Madame Chu. After all, Madame Chu wasn't in the soul realm and wouldn't be valued by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. She was ranked 17th among Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals, only slightly stronger than the 18th ranked green-faced ghost. Commandant Shen untied a gourd from his waist, raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he left alone. Li Mu glanced at Madame Chu and didn't do anything. Even if he didn't do anything, this ghost's soul would dissipate in 15 minutes. The reason why Li Mu didn't do anything was that Madame Chu's yin qi was extremely pure and clear. Obviously, she hadn't killed anyone before the Spring Wind Pavilion case. However, she still wanted to kill someone. Li Mu had the ability to save her, but he didn't plan to. Madame Chu was lying on the ground and her soul was on the verge of collapse. She suddenly laughed. Li Mu looked down at her and asked, What are you laughing at? Madame Chu's face showed a trace of sarcasm. She said, I'm laughing at the ways of the world. Good people don't get good rewards while evil people sit firmly in the high court. You so-called government officials who make decisions for the people are just a group of people who bully the weak and fear the strong, Li Mu sneered and said, You suck people's yang qi and want to kill them. What kind of good is that? Madame Chu's soul had dissipated to the extreme. She didn't answer Li Mu and used the last of her strength to shout, Cui Ming, you'll die a horrible death. She closed her eyes and her soul was about to dissipate. The next moment, a golden light entered her body and made her soul more solid. Li Mu looked down at her and asked, Who did you just say? Chapter 149. Li Mu was very familiar with the name Cui Ming. Su He's enemy was called this name. Although she did not tell Li Mu guessed that Cui Ming must have something to do with Su He's death 20 years ago. Madame Chu had already accepted her fate. She closed her eyes and said, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. Give me a quick death." Li Mu asked, "The Cui Ming you're talking about, is it Cui Ming, the magistrate of Yangqiu County 20 years ago?" Madame Chu's eyes suddenly opened. She said sternly, "You know him too. Who is he to you?" Li Mu said calmly, "Enemy." He looked at Madame Chu and asked, "You have a grudge against him too?" Madame Chu's face was full of hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, "A great grudge. I want to cut him into pieces and eat him alive." Li Mu stood up and said, "Tell me. If what you say is true, I can spare your life." Madame Chu struggled to sit up and said, "He used to be my fiancé. My family used all their power to help him condense his primordial spirit. That was how he became the magistrate of Yangqiu County. However, he killed me and threw away my body not long after he became the magistrate. He wiped out my entire family and married the daughter of the magistrate of Zhejiang." Su He's experience was very similar to Madame Chu's. According to Li Mu's guess, Su He's death might be because of Madame Chu, and Madame Chu's death was because of the daughter of the magistrate of Zhejiang. Cui Ming's actions were similar to Zhao Yang's, but worse than Zhao Yang's. Madame Chu laughed bitterly and said, "I was fortunate to be able to survive in this world as a soul. During these past 20 years, I cultivated bitterly and didn't hesitate to join the ranks of King Chujiang, all for the sake of being able to take revenge one day. Unfortunately, I don't even know where he is before I die. He's in Zhong County." Leaning against the wall, Commandery Captain Shen took a sip of wine from the gourd and said, "Cui Ming, the husband of the daughter of the county chief of Zhejiang Commandery. 12 years ago, he exposed the collusion of the county chief of Zhejiang Commandery with the demon sect and was promoted by the late emperor. Later, he met Princess Yunyang and became her husband. 3 years ago, he was promoted to assistant minister of the West Platform." Ha, ha, ha. Mrs. Chu chuckled pitifully. Back then, he used the excuse of colluding with heretical cultivation to wipe out the entire Chu clan. The Zhejiang County chief invited the wolf into the house, so this day should have come. Karma, karma. Li Mu felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Cui Ming had been promoted by stepping on the corpses of his wife's family. How could such a disloyal and heartless person enter the center of power of the imperial court? It was no wonder that Madame Chu sighed with regret before her death. Li Mu looked at Commandant Shen and asked, "Your Excellency, what should we do with her?" Commandery Captain Shen said, "I have already handed her over to you. You can decide whether to kill or keep her." Li Mu actually did not know how to deal with her. Madame Chu did not kill anyone and did not cause any serious consequences. According to the law, she did not deserve to be killed. However, she had bewitched the people and sucked their yang qi. He could not let her go just like that. Madame Chu looked at Bai, who was hanging from Li Mu's waist. Determination suddenly appeared in her eyes. She said, "If Cui Ming doesn't die, I won't be able to rest in peace. I am willing to become the spirit of your sword and serve you." Spirit bodies and soul bodies could be attached to magic treasures to increase their power. Some high-level cultivators would capture the souls of powerful demons and ghosts and forcibly refine them into magic treasures to increase their power. Li Mu had never thought of doing this before. After all, no one was willing to be refined into a magic treasure. If the sword existed, the spirit would exist. If the sword died, the spirit would die. Most magic treasure spirits were forced. Madame Chu was willing to become a sword spirit. She was not forced. If there was a sword spirit in Bai, she would be able to control Bai herself. This would be much more flexible than Li Mu controlling the sword himself. It would be equivalent to having a middle realm helper when facing an enemy. Not only that, her greatest use was to lend her mana to Li Mu at critical moments. As long as he held Bai, his mana could reach the fourth realm in a short period of time. Even if Madame Chu's mana was not as good as Su He's, Li Mu could easily kill a fourth realm Abhijina. He could fight against a fifth realm Abhijina and a sixth realm Dongxian. Even if he could not win, he could at least protect himself. Li Mu could not resist such a temptation. He looked at Madame Chu and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Madame Chu's expression was resolute. She said, "With my strength alone, I will never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. I only hope that one day, I can see that villain Cui Ming die under this sword with my own eyes." Bai had already been recognized as Li Mu's master. As a sword spirit, she would also become Li Mu's servant. Madame Chu's only obsession was to seek revenge on Cui Ming. As for Su He's revenge, Li Mu would definitely avenge her. Cui Ming was heartless and deserved to die. Whether it was for personal or public reasons, Li Mu could not let him go. He pulled Bai out and said, "Come in yourself." Madame Chu's soul turned into a puff of smoke and merged into Bai. Li Mu used the sword to cut his fingertip and drew a rune on the sword with his blood. He formed a seal with one hand and released a stream of spiritual energy. The blood rune on the sword was instantly absorbed into the sword. After doing all this, Li Mu closed the scabbard and said, "You stay inside first. I will help you heal later." Commandant Shen looked at him and said, "In the case of Spring Wind Pavilion, you hid for half a month and saved countless lives. Your contribution is the greatest. You can choose 2 items from the Xian room. Let Constable Zhao take you there." Li Mu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Commandant Shen." After a while, Constable Zhao took Li Mu to the second floor of the treasure pavilion. He sighed and said, "You've only been here for a month and you've already entered the treasure pavilion twice. Most of the constables here can't even enter once a year. However, I've never seen a constable as reckless as you. You've only just reached the soul condensation realm and you dare to fight a third realm demonic ghost." When they reached the second floor, Constable Zhao said, "I won't introduce the items here to you. You can see for yourself. You have 15 minutes. Remember to choose what you want in 15 minutes. Li Mu wanted the soul-beating whip. When using this whip to fight enemies, 3 souls would leave the body with 1 strike and the second strike would dissipate the soul. One's spiritual eyes could control souls, so it was perfect for her. He looked at Constable Zhao and said, "Can I choose the soul-beating whip?" Constable Zhao looked at him and said, "Why are you still thinking about the Yaman's items?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Among these items, I only want the soul-beating whip." He was afraid that if he didn't give it to him this time, he would keep thinking about it in the future. Constable Zhao finally said helplessly, "That's not for me to decide. I'll help you ask the county lieutenant." Constable Zhao left the treasure pavilion and quickly returned. He said, "The county lieutenant has agreed. You can take the soul-beating whip, but you can only choose the soul-beating whip. If you give up the soul-beating whip, you can choose 2 items. As for which one to choose, you can think about it yourself." Li Mu said without hesitation, "I choose the soul-beating whip." Constable Zhao took out the soul-beating whip from his sleeve and handed it to him. He said, "You're very lucky. 2 of the Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals were killed by you. That's why the county lieutenant made an exception for you. Continue to work hard. Perhaps in 2 years you'll be on equal footing with me." Li Mu put away the soul-beating whip and said with a smile, "I just want to do something for the people. I've never thought about these things." Constable Zhao waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Li Mu looked around and said, "It's not worth it to exchange 2 for 1. Can I exchange a few more spiritual jades?" On the way home, Li Mu weighed the heavy spiritual jades in his sleeve and calculated his harvest this time. The Yamen had given him 30 taels of silver as a special fund. There were about a dozen taels left. Constable Zhao didn't ask, and Li Mu didn't mention it either. In addition to the silver, he had also obtained a soul-beating whip and 7 spiritual jades. Although they were of the lowest quality and couldn't be used by him and Lu Hanyan, they could be of great use to Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. In addition, his desire had been perfected. He could condense the 7th spirit at any time. His biggest gain was, of course, subduing a female ghost who was about to enter the spirit realm. This allowed his overall strength to improve by several levels. When he encountered high-level cultivators, he had enough strength to protect himself. After careful calculation, he realized that he had made a lot of money from this mission. When he returned home and walked into the courtyard, he saw Lu Hanyan sitting on a stone bench. She glanced at Li Mu and turned her head away. Obviously, she was still angry. Li Mu walked over and said with an apologetic smile, "I'm back." Lu Hanyan curled her lips and said, "Why are you back? Why don't you go to your own room?" "She already said that she won't take your money," Li Mu said. "That's for the task." "I definitely won't go to that kind of place in the future." Lu Hanyan turned her head and still ignored him. Li Mu knew that she was angry not because he went to the brothel, but because he chose the cold and arrogant Rongrong the first time he went there. This would definitely make her connect something else. At that time, he had just chosen casually and didn't think too much. If he explained this matter directly, it would probably make things worse. Li Mu thought for a moment, and with a thought, he secretly pulled out Bai Yi's scabbard a little. A wisp of smoke floated out of Bai Yi and turned into a female ghost in red. She appeared beside Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan was sulking in her heart when she sensed something strange beside her. When she turned her head, she happened to meet a pale face. The woman in red had disheveled hair and a pale face. Her body was emitting a ghostly aura. Lu Hanyan pounced on Li Mu and hugged him tightly. She said in a trembling voice, There's a ghost." Li Mu held her slender waist with one hand and patted her shoulder with the other. He comforted her. "I'm here. Don't be afraid." Chapter 150. Li Mu hugged Lu Hanyan and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. She's the sword spirit I just accepted." Lu Hanyan finally realized something. She pushed Li Mu away and said angrily, "Are you doing this on purpose? I just want you to get to know each other. This is Mrs. Chu, Bai Yi's sword spirit." Li Mu introduced her to Lu Hanyan, then looked at Mrs. Chu and said, "This is Lu Hanyan. You can call her Lady Lu." Mrs. Chu bowed to Lu Hanyan and said, "Greetings, mistress." Lu Hanyan said, "Who's your mistress?" Li Mu took her hand and said, "Not now, but sooner or later you will be." He took out a piece of spiritual jade from his sleeve and handed it to her, saying, "This is for you." Lu Hanyan's attention was temporarily diverted. She asked, "What is this?" Li Mu said, "It's a spiritual jade. It contains spiritual power and can be directly guided out for cultivation. Take it first. There are a few more pieces. I'll give them to Wan Wan and Xiao Bai." Li Mu put Mrs. Chu back into the sword and left with an excuse from Lu Hanyan. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Li Si was right. The devil was often hidden in the details. He still had a lot to learn from Li Si. If he had the chance to go to a brothel next time, he would definitely choose the sexy and beautiful first. He gave the soul-striking whip to Wan Wan. Seeing the cute girl holding the whip, Li Mu felt that something was wrong. It seemed that Lu Hanyan was more suitable. However, he thought that if he gave the soul-striking whip to Lu Hanyan, she would probably have more chances to whip him in the future. It was safer to give it to Wan Wan. After all, Although Lu Hanyan had many advantages, she could never compare with Wanwan in terms of being well-behaved, obedient, and not being jealous. Of the 7 spirit jades, 1 was given to Lu Hanyan to taste, 3 were given to Wanwan, and 3 were given to Little White. Li Mu and Lu Hanyan both had physiques that could easily absorb spiritual energy, and they were also dual cultivating every night. In fact, there wasn't much of a difference whether they had spiritual jades or not. For Xiao Bai and Wan Wan, the spiritual energy contained in a spiritual jade was at least equivalent to a month of their cultivation. Wan Wan was more playful. Every day, she would think more about what to eat in the morning, what to eat in the afternoon, what to eat in the evening, and what to eat in the middle of the night when she was hungry. Xiao Bai was very hardworking in her cultivation. Every day after dinner, she would stay in Li Mu's room for a while until Lu Hanyan came over before leaving. For the rest of the time, she would cultivate in her small room. Her entire clan had died tragically at the hands of human cultivators. For a heavenly fox, this was a blood feud that she had to avenge. Li Mu had asked her who the cultivator who killed her clan was, but Xiao Bai couldn't say. Before the old fox died, she had only projected the appearance of the cultivator in her mind. After leaving Xiao Bai's room and walking past Lu Hanyan's room, Li Mu walked in and couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you ask me more about Mrs. Chu?" With Lu Hanyan's personality, she would be jealous of anyone. She shouldn't be so calm. Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "I trust you." Li Mu was somewhat touched. Lu Hanyan still understood him. Although he admitted that sometimes he wanted all of them, he wouldn't be tempted by just any female ghost or female demon. Whether it was in terms of appearance or strength, Mrs. Chu was far inferior to Su He. Su He's cultivation was profound. She looked only 2 or 3 years older than Lu Hanyan. Mrs. Chu was old enough to be Lu Hanyan's mother. He returned to his room, pulled out the Bai scabbard, and let Mrs. Chu out again. Her foundation had been damaged by Commandery Officer Shin, and her soul had almost dissipated. Although Li Mu had protected her at the critical moment, he had only prevented her from dissipating. Her soul was still very weak. Li Mu recited the Heart Sutra, and a ball of golden light enveloped Mrs. Chu. After 15 minutes, the golden light dissipated. When she reappeared, her body was still very condensed. When Li Mu healed the white snake, the mana in his body was still very weak. The current him was no longer the same as before. He could better display the effects of the Heart Sutra. Mrs. Chu's injuries were all healed. Li Mu took out a jade stone and said, "This is some soul power I collected. Refine it as soon as possible and advance to the soul realm." Li Mu had originally planned to use the soul force to condense his own soul, but right now, pushing Madame Chu's cultivation to the middle 3 stages was much more meaningful than condensing his own soul. After careful consideration, Li Mu decided to give this opportunity to her. Mrs. Chu bowed and said, "Thank you, Master." She absorbed all the soul power in the jade stone and sent it into the sword again. Li Mu inserted the scabbard, put Bai aside, and began to refine the desire in his body. Late at night, just after midnight, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. A yellow light appeared on the surface of his body, and then it completely disappeared into his body. Li Mu let out a long sigh of relief. After more than half a year, he had already condensed 6 of the 7 souls that he had lost. He only lacked the 5th soul, non-poison. Out of the 7 emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, disgust, and lust, Li Mu had already fulfilled all 6 of them except for love. So far, Li Mu had not even seen it from Lu Hanyan. This way, if his 7 souls were to be perfected, he could only hope to obtain great love. This kind of great love required the people to love and respect from the bottom of their hearts. Li Mu was a small official, not a parent official. It was even more difficult for him to obtain such great love. However, there was only one soul left in the 7 souls. Whether it was condensed or not, it didn't matter much. Mortals could still survive after losing one soul. He was a cultivator. The impact of losing one soul on his body was minimal. However, Li Mu still yearned for the 7 souls to be complete. Lu Hanyan didn't come over at night. Li Mu was too lazy to cultivate alone. He planned to completely relax and sleep. At this moment, he felt a strong call from Baiyi's sword. Baiyi's sword had long been refined by Li Mu and was connected to his mind. Li Mu quickly realized that it was Mrs. Chu, who had turned into a sword spirit, calling him. Li Mu stretched out his hand and Baiyi's sword flew into his hand. He took out the scabbard. After a burst of fog, Mrs. Chu's figure appeared again. At this moment, there was no longer any ghost chi or resentment on her body. Standing in front of Li Mu, she looked like an ordinary weak woman. Other than Mrs. Chu, the only female ghost that could give Li Mu such a feeling was Su He. This meant that she had officially stepped into the soul realm and become a ghost cultivator in the middle realm. However, Mrs. Chu had just stepped into the middle realm. When Li Mu first met Su He, she had already been in the 4th realm for a long time. She was much stronger than the current Mrs. Chu. Li Mu looked at her and said, "Congratulations on successfully entering the soul realm." Mrs. Chu said gratefully, "If it weren't for Master, my soul would have dissipated long ago." A 4th realm ghost cultivator was already considered an expert. It was rare to see one. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon had more than 10 of them under his command. If the county government hadn't noticed, Mrs. Chu would have become his 17th soul realm ghost general. Li Mu asked, "Does Chu Jiang of Gojoseon really have any ulterior motives in the North County all these years?" Mrs. Chu shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know that Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has been searching for and nurturing soul realm ghost cultivators. Many of his ghost generals used to be wandering ghosts. After they were taken in by him, if they couldn't advance to the soul realm within the time he set, they would have to sacrifice their soul power to other ghost generals. A peak 5th realm Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and more than 10 4th realm ghost generals could already be considered an extremely huge force. If it weren't for the ancestral court of Fu Lu School, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's power would only be higher than the North County's officials. Although the ancestral court of Fu Lu School was powerful, other than sending low-level disciples to cultivate in the secular world, it wouldn't interfere too much in the secular world. Unless it was a giant of the demonic path like Master Qinhuan, who exceeded the North County's ability to deal with, it would attract the super experts of the Fu Lu School. A small character like Chu Jiang of Gojoseon couldn't attract the attention of the experts of the ancestral court. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, who kept causing trouble in the North County, was the biggest threat to the North County. There should be many opportunities to deal with him in the future. Although the currently Mu was still not a match for Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, he wasn't afraid of him. He looked at Madame Chu and said, "Enter the sword and try to transmit your spiritual power to me through Baiyi." After a moment, feeling the surging spiritual power in his body that was about to overflow, Li Mu's heart was filled with pride. Although Madame Chu's strength was far from Su He's, she was still at the 4th realm. She had already recognized Li Mu as her master and was willing to become Baiyi's sword spirit. With the connection between the two, Li Mu could borrow her spiritual power without being possessed. As long as Baiyi was in his hands, he could enter the 4th realm at any time and use all kinds of Dao techniques to display the strength of the 5th realm. Of course, other people's power was ultimately other people's. He couldn't slack off on his own cultivation. When he reached the middle realm with his own strength, he would truly have the capital to establish himself in this world where demonic ghosts ran rampant and countless experts. Chapter 151. Li Mu thought that his cultivation speed was already fast enough, but when he saw Li Si again, he found that his 7 souls had all been refined. There was no difficulty in refining the soul and condensing the soul. As long as one had enough courage and soul power, it was not difficult to cross 2 realms in half a month. However, this required a large amount of resources. For an ordinary person without any background to collect these resources, it was much more difficult than cultivating step by step. However, Li Mu did not envy him. While Li Si's cultivation was rapidly increasing, the weight on his body was not light. There was no free lunch in the world. If one wanted to gain something, they had to lose something else. He gained money, power, and women, but lost his freedom. However, Li Si did not seem to care about this. Li Mu often saw him and Chen Miao Miao appearing together. The smile on his face was much more than before, as if he was a different person. It seemed that he had really found his love. Speaking of love, Li Mu was a little confused. Of the 7 emotions, the only one he lacked was love. However, he had never felt this kind of feeling from anyone until now. Even Lu Hanyan was no exception. Li Mu even suspected that she did not actually like him, but simply lusted after his body. He could not figure out this question and planned to ask Li Si. What is love? Li Si leaned back in his chair and shook his head at Li Mu. This question is very profound and there is more than one answer. You need to discover it yourself. Li Mu asked, is it not love when 2 people who like each other are together? Li Si patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, like is like, love is love. Like is possession. Love is giving. Like is unbridled and willful. Love is restraint and tolerance. After you and Lady Lu get married and spend a few years together, you will naturally understand. Li Mu understood Li Si's meaning. At first sight, there is liking, but after a long time, there will be love. If Lu Hanyan wasn't so beautiful, didn't have such a great figure, wasn't the shopkeeper of the Yunyan Pavilion, didn't have a purine body, and wasn't so multi-talented, Li Mu would still like her. Then, it would be true love. Right now, the relationship between the 2 of them was merely liking each other. Love would only develop after a long period of time. Love wasn't something that could be created overnight. He still needed to cultivate feelings with her. With nothing to do in the Yamen, Li Mu used the excuse of patrolling to go to Yunyan Pavilion. There were only 2 branches of the Yunyan Pavilion in the county city. One was a bookstore, and the other was a tea house where storytelling was the main business. With the help of the Su family, the 2 branches opened smoothly without any obstacles. Although business was temporarily slow, the bookstore would soon become popular with a few best-selling books such as Strange Stories from a Strange Story and Confucius Does Not Speak in Yangqiu County. On the other hand, business in the tea house was very average. Without good stories and a storyteller with great storytelling skills, very few people would specially come here to drink tea. Li Mu went to the bookstore first. Zhang Shan told him that Lu Hanyan was in the tea house. Li Mu walked into the tea house and saw that there were only a few guests sitting in the tea house. The storyteller on the stage wasn't in a very good mood. Lu Hanyan sat in a corner, frowning in deep thought. Li Mu walked over and sat beside her. Lu Hanyan instinctively moved to the side. When she turned her head and saw that it was Li Mu, she moved her butt back. The tea house was very quiet. She asked in a small voice, "Why are you here?" Li Mu held her hand and said, "I missed you." Lu Hanyan's face was glowing. She allowed Li Mu to hold her hand. She looked at the storyteller on the stage and said, "Business in the prefecture capital is really difficult. The tea house is losing money every day. Very few of the guests who came to the tea house actually came to drink tea. Most of them came to listen to some novel stories to pass the time." Before the Yunyan Pavilion moved in, the market of the tea houses in the prefecture capital had already been divided up by a few families. It was not easy to snatch a fixed source of customers from them. Li Mu smiled and said, "At the crucial moment, you still have to rely on me, right?" In Yangqiu County, if it weren't for Li Mu, the Yunyan Pavilion wouldn't have been so popular. The guests in the tea house were also exchanged for by Li Mu, using one unusual story after another, one exciting chapter after another, risking his life. Others thought that he had hooked up with Lu Hanyan, but few people knew that he was the man behind Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan gently pinched his waist and said, "You're still making sarcastic remarks. Hurry up and think of a solution. If this goes on, the tea house will close. When that time comes, I won't be able to support you." In the tea house, the few guests were somewhat dispirited. In this newly opened tea house, the taste of the tea was acceptable, but the storyteller's story was dull. 2 people finished their tea and directly left. When the others were about to finish their tea and leave, they saw the storyteller on the stage walk down. A waiter carried a screen onto the stage. Not long after, a young voice began to speak from behind the screen. "A water ghost, a young man, an old man who grows grapes, seems a little interesting." The young man's story was quite interesting. A guest had already stood up and was about to leave. After standing and listening for a while, he sat down again and poured a pot of tea. When Li Mu was in Yangqiu County, he had already figured out that those who liked to listen to stories, songs, and operas had their own cliques. Good wine fears no dark alley. As long as there were good stories, songs, and operas that were approved by a few guests, the Yunyan Pavilion's reputation would be spread by word of mouth in a few days. It only took 5 days for the tea house branches in the county city to fill up more than half of the seats during the peak period from the number of guests that could be counted with one hand. On this day, the tea house was even more crowded. Because the storyteller had told a story in the past 2 days, and it had reached the most exciting part. After everyone was seated, the young storyteller behind the screen began slowly. Last time, Zhang Luer failed to get Granny Kai to betroth Dou Yi to him, so he put poison in the soup and intended to kill Granny Kai. As a result, her father was poisoned to death by mistake. Instead, Zhang Luer falsely accused Dou Yi. That muddle-headed county magistrate accepted Zhang Luer's bribe and turned the case into an unjust one. He intended to execute Dou Yi. This play, Dou Yi's Injustice, tugged at the heartstrings of many guests. As people at the bottom of society, they could empathize with Dou Yi's experience. They also urgently hoped that someone could uphold justice for her and punish evil. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life, while those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. Heaven and earth, you are afraid of the strong and bully the weak, but it turns out that you are pushing the boat with the current. Heaven and earth, you can't tell good from bad. Heaven and earth, you are wrong to judge the virtuous and foolish. Before Dou Yi died, she made 3 vows: blood staining the white cloth, heavy snow falling from the sky, and drought for 3 years. Her cry of grief and indignation moved heaven. Suddenly, the sky above the execution ground was covered with dark clouds, and the sky darkened. The scorching sun in June disappeared, and snowflakes fell from the sky. Frightened, the county magistrate ordered the executioners to carry out the execution immediately. Wherever the saber passed, the head fell to the ground. Dou Yi's hot blood sprayed directly onto the white cloth hanging high in the air, and not a single drop fell to the ground. For the next 3 years, there was no rain in Shanyang. When Li Mu walked out from the backstage, the guests sitting below the stage were still sitting there in a daze. None of them left. This time, he did not suddenly stop at the most exciting part of the story. The spirit of the concealed arrow had been condensed, and the anger of these people did not have as much effect on him as before. Li Mu stood at the entrance of the tea house, and did not go out because it was raining outside. When he was telling the story on the stage, there was a sudden burst of thunder outside, and it started to rain heavily. At this moment, the rain was much lighter. Under the eaves of the shops on the street, there were pedestrians taking shelter from the rain. There were also passers-by who did not have time to escape, and were completely drenched, cursing as they walked on the street. In the corner of the roof of the tea house, there were two figures curled up. One was a skinny old man, and the other was a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Both of them were dressed in rags, and the girl was holding a broken bowl in her hand. They should be beggars who were temporarily taking shelter from the rain. It seemed that they disliked them for being too dirty, and the passers-by who were taking shelter from the rain were not willing to get too close to them. Limu took out a piece of broken silver and put it in the bowl. The two hurriedly thanked him. 2 days ago, the weather had turned cold, and the two were drenched in the rain. Limu saw them curled up in the corner, shivering. He walked in again, took a pot of hot tea in 2 bowls, and handed them to them. He said, "Drink a cup of tea to warm up. It's free." The girl was stunned. She had been hiding outside and eavesdropping, and the kind man in front of her had the same voice as the storyteller. She quickly reacted and knelt down to kowtow to him. She said, "Thank you, benefactor." "Thank you, benefactor." Limu waved his hand, held up the umbrella, and walked to the county government. Several patrolling constables walked into the government office awkwardly, and muttered, "Why did it rain so suddenly?" There was no sign at all. Outside the county city, several women who were washing clothes by the stream were suddenly drenched by the heavy rain. Their clothes became translucent, faintly revealing their bloated figures. A shabby Taoist priest in rags was among them. He was talking and laughing with them, and his eyes were looking around. The women did not avoid him. From time to time, they would pull their clothes and tease him. The old Taoist priest looked at it for a while and felt bored. It was still raining. He looked up at the gloomy sky, counted with his fingers, and said in surprise, "My dear mother, this rain is not right." Chapter 152. It shouldn't be raining today. This rain actually contains the power of heaven and earth. Who caused it? Damn it, this North County is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Looks like I'll have to stay here for a few more days to observe. Lao Dao pinched the sky and muttered to himself. A woman said, "Old pervert, what are you muttering about?" Lao Dao collected his thoughts and smiled. "Are you going to buy the talisman I mentioned just now? It's very effective. Everyone who's used it says it's good." Limu walked into the county office. Not long after, Constable Zhao came to the office. "There's something wrong with this rain." He wiped the rainwater off his face and said, "The county governor said that it shouldn't be raining these few days. Something must have happened." Limu asked suspiciously, "What kind of matter can affect the heavens and rain?" Constable Zhao said, "There are many. Cultivators who condense their spirits can summon the wind and fog. Cultivators who condense their spirits can even pray for the sun and rain. Every time a new Tao technique or abhijna is born, there will be a heavenly vision." Limu was shocked. Only then did he realize a problem. The heaven and earth of this world was not the sky and earth that he saw. A cultivator's Tao oath was made to heaven and earth. If they violated it, they would be punished by heaven. In other words, heaven was watching what people did. Just now, he used Do Yi's story to scold the heaven and earth for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It couldn't be that this rain was because of this, right? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. It seemed that the time when the rain was the heaviest was when he talked about Do Yi's vow. Limu immediately made up his mind. That line had to be changed. It was enough to scold the corrupt officials. It was best not to involve heaven and earth in everything. If heaven was unhappy with him and struck down lightning, it would be too late for him to regret. Fortunately, the rain didn't last long. Within a quarter of an hour after Limu returned to the county yamen, the sky cleared up again. The sky was blue and there wasn't even a cloud in sight. If it weren't for the wet puddles on the ground, no one would have thought that it had just rained. When Constable Zhao left the watchroom, he instructed Limu, you stay here and don't leave the yamen. In a while, everyone will follow the county governor to pay respects to the national temple. Every county in the Great Zhou dynasty had a state temple. Li Mu had been to Yangqiu County once, but the state temple in Yangqiu County could not be compared to the one in the county capital. This was a large hall that occupied a large area. Although it only had one floor, it was at least 30 feet tall. The first thing that came into sight when they walked into the National Temple were 3 towering statues. The moment they stepped into the National Temple, they would have the urge to kneel down and worship them. There were hundreds of prayer mats in the hall, and the people of the North County were kneeling on them. The people lined up and walked in from the entrance. After paying their respects, they walked out from the exit. Li Mu noticed that almost 90% of the people would produce a bit of psychokinesis in their bodies when they paid their respects to the 3 statues. The psychokinesis would be absorbed by the 3 statues. The National Temple was similar to temples and Taoist temples. As long as people paid their respects sincerely, psychokinesis would be produced. Those who didn't produce psychokinesis would definitely be dissatisfied with the imperial court or the local government. This was unavoidable. Even the National Temple couldn't force the people to worship it. To a certain extent, the proportion of people who produced psychokinesis represented the people's sentiment in the imperial court. When the people of an area paid their respects to the National Temple, the proportion of people who produced psychokinesis was an important indicator to assess the achievements of the local officials. If the law and order of a place was good and the people lived and worked in peace, they would naturally have confidence in the imperial court. However, if the local officials were merciless and treated the people badly, causing them to complain and living in poverty, they wouldn't produce much psychokinesis. The people of the county government paid their respects to the National Temple firstly to pay their respects and secondly to observe the people's sentiment. From the situation at the scene, only a small number of people didn't produce psychokinesis. This also meant that the people trusted the North County government very much. Li Mu looked at the 3 statues in the hall and asked, "Who are these 3 people?" Constable Zhao looked at him and asked, "Have you never been here before?" Li Mu shook his head. "No." Constable Zhao said in surprise, "Even if you haven't been here before, you should have seen the portraits of Emperor Taizu, Wuzong, and Emperor Wen, right?" After Constable Zhao's reminder, Li Mu finally found information about the 3 statues in his mind. Emperor Taizu was the founding emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. He conquered the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty and divided it into 36 counties. During Emperor Wuzong's reign, he used iron and blood to sweep away the turmoil in the country and intimidate the neighboring countries so that they didn't dare to invade. After Wuzong's reign, the power of the Great Zhou dynasty grew rapidly and deterred everyone. The last Emperor Wen, who ruled for 50 years, worked hard to govern the country. He purged the imperial court, and the people of the 36 counties of the Great Zhou dynasty were at peace. His famous rule of Emperor Wen had been influential to this day. These 3 were all emperors with outstanding contributions in the history of the Great Zhou dynasty. They were qualified to have their statues erected in the National Temple and receive the worship of the people of the Great Zhou dynasty. A constable looked at the statues of the 3 emperors and couldn't help but feel admiration. Then, a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face and he said in a low voice, "Emperor Taizu, Wuzong, Emperor Wen, what kind of heroes are they? The Zhou dynasty has lasted for hundreds of years, but in the end, it was stolen by a woman with a different surname. Shut up." Constable Zhao slapped him hard on the head and said, "You dare to say anything? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Li Mu raised his head and looked at the statues of the 3 emperors. He didn't feel anything special in his heart. The current empress was the first empress since the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the hearts of the people of the Great Zhou dynasty, this was tantamount to going against the moral principles. It was still unacceptable to them. However, to Li Mu, it was not unprecedented for a woman to be an empress. It was also not something that was unacceptable. He followed the prefectural governor and paid his respects to the statues of the three emperors in a not-so-sincere manner. After returning to the yamen, he learned about the new task from Constable Zhao. In the process of paying their respects to the national temple, the people in a certain area did not have any psychokinesis. After investigating, the yamen found that these people were all from Yang County. They learned from these people that a plague had broken out in a few villages in Yang County. However, the Yang County government did nothing and allowed the plague to spread, causing the people of Yang County to panic. Yang County and Yu County happened to be the two counties that Constable Zhao was in charge of. Early the next morning, he would bring a few people to Yang County to investigate the situation. Li Mu would also go with them. Although Yang County was not far from the prefectural capital, considering that it would take time to complete the task, they might not be able to make it back by tomorrow night. During dinner, Li Mu told Yu Hanyan about the business trip tomorrow. After dinner, she helped Li Mu pack a small bag and said, "I don't know how long it will take for you to come back. I've packed 2 sets of clothes for you to change into. When the time comes, just bring back the dirty clothes you changed into. Be careful outside." Li Mu was not worried about his own safety at all. With Bai Yi in hand, unless King Chujiang personally came, normal demonic ghosts and heretical cultivation would not pose much of a threat to him. However, he was still worried about them. Although he had already taught Yu Hanyan the thunder technique and weapon manipulation, she lacked experience in fighting enemies. If she encountered danger, she might not be able to use her full strength. However, nothing should happen in the prefectural capital. Li Mu had already instructed Li Si to keep an eye on them. He also told Little White to stay in her room and not run around. She was now at the crucial moment of her transformation. The demonic qi in her body was chaotic. Li Mu had pasted aura concealment talismans outside her room. Every night, he would use Buddhist mana to help her tidy up her body so that her demonic qi could be suppressed. Because of this, he had not dual cultivated with Yu Hanyan for a few days. In the morning, Li Mu opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Yesterday, he had helped Little White suppress her demonic qi until late at night. His mana was almost exhausted. He did not cultivate but went straight to bed with his clothes on. Li Mu was about to get out of bed when his right hand accidentally touched a smooth body. Li Mu's first thought was that Yu Hanyan had done something to him while he was asleep last night. However, when he looked down, he realized that his clothes were still intact. It was exactly the same as before he went to bed last night. He slowly turned his head and saw an unfamiliar girl lying on his bed without a stitch of clothing. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old. She had a head of black hair and a beautiful face. Even with her eyes closed, her entire body was filled with charm. Li Mu sat on the bed and his mind went blank. "Why aren't you up yet? Don't you still have to go to Yang County?" Yu Hanyan walked to the door and opened it with her mana. When she saw the scene on the bed, she was stunned. Chapter 153. Li Mu looked at the unfamiliar girl on the bed and then looked at Lu Hanyan, who was standing at the door with tears in her eyes. His lips moved as he wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. He had been caught red-handed in bed. What else could he explain? Although even Li Mu himself didn't know why this young girl would appear on his bed, he didn't know. Lu Hanyan didn't say anything. She wiped her tears and turned to run away. Chasing after his future wife was more important. Li Mu didn't care about what was going on with the girl on the bed. He quickly chased after her without even wearing shoes. As soon as Lu Hanyan ran into the yard, Li Mu caught up with her and hugged her from behind. Li Mu hugged her tightly and hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. Let me explain." Lu Hanyan didn't struggle. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. She choked and said, "I saw it with my own eyes. What else do you have to explain? Isn't it enough for you to do whatever you want outside? You actually brought her home, Limu said with a wry smile. I don't know who she is. I saw her when I opened my eyes this morning. Do you believe what you're saying? Limu didn't know how to explain. Suddenly, a vague voice came from behind him. The girl walked out of the room naked and barefoot. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Limu and Lu Hanyan. She asked in confusion, Benefactor, Sister Lu, what are you doing? Hearing this extremely familiar voice, Limu turned around and was stunned. He said in surprise, Xiao Bai. The next moment, his vision went black. Lu Hanyan had covered his eyes from behind. Lu Hanyan's face turned red. She said angrily, Xiao Bai, quickly go into the room. The girl looked at her and asked in confusion, why? Lu Hanyan said with a red face, look down. The girl lowered her head to take a look. After a brief moment of shock, she let out a cry of surprise and her figure instantly disappeared on the spot. A moment later, Limu and Lu Hanyan stood in the room, looking at the girl who had wrapped herself in a blanket. They murmured, how did you transform? I don't know either. The girl's face was bright red as she said, last night, I just wanted to give it a try and then fell asleep. When I woke up, I became like this. Limu looked at Lu Hanyan and said, do you believe me this time? Lu Hanyan was a little ashamed and said, I'll help her find some clothes. After Xiao Bai transformed, although she wasn't as tall as Li Qing, she was still half a head taller than Wan Wan. Wan Wan's clothes didn't fit her, so she could only make do with Lu Hanyan's clothes. In Lu Hanyan's room, she stood behind Xiao Bai, helping her comb her hair while looking at the girl's face in the bronze mirror. Even though she was very confident in her appearance, when she saw the girl in front of her, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. The girl in front of her was really the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. Even as a girl, when she saw her naked body, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Lil. Her lips moved. She suddenly realized that when she was a little fox in the past, she didn't feel anything when he called her Lil White. But now, when he called her Lil White again, he felt a little weird. She secretly looked at her again and asked, Xiao Bai, what's your name? We can't keep calling you Xiao Bai in the future, right? The girl smiled and said, my surname is Su. Big Sister Lu can just call me Xiao Bai in the future. Lu Hanyan helped her comb her hair and couldn't help but say, Xiao Bai is really beautiful. Xiao Bai said shyly, Big Sister Lu is the beautiful one. Limu stood at the door and said, you guys stay at home. I'm leaving. Even though Xiao Bai's transformation was a happy event, Limu was going to Yang County today. He couldn't let Constable Zhao and the others wait for him. Lu Hanyan put down the comb and said, Xiao Bai, sit for a while and stay at home. I'll send him out. Xiao Bai nodded obediently. Limu walked into the courtyard and said, it's only a few steps from here to the yamen. You don't have to send me off. Lu Hanyan walked over and helped him tidy up his collar. She asked, Xiao Bai has transformed. Are you very happy? Limu said with lingering fear, what's there to be happy about? I was almost scared to death by her, and also by you, Lu Hanyan said bitterly. She was born so beautiful and wholeheartedly wanted to repay your kindness by giving herself to you. Limu glanced at her and said, aren't you beautiful? Have some confidence in yourself. Lu Hanyan lowered her head and said, I know I'm not as beautiful as Xiao Bai. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Limu stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace. He said, in my eyes, you're the most beautiful. No matter who you compare yourself to, you're always the most beautiful. Don't ever doubt this. Lu Hanyan made a soft sound of acknowledgement. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him gently on the cheek. She said, come back soon. We'll wait for you at home. Li Mu returned her kiss before leaving the house and hurrying towards the yamen. Xiao Bai's sudden transformation had caught him off guard and almost caused Lu Hanyan to misunderstand. Fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous and he managed to get through it safely. The only pity was that after Xiao Bai transformed, he couldn't always hold her in his arms and play with her like a cat. Not long after Li Mu left, Wanwan came running in with a lunchbox in her hand. The lunchbox contained the breakfast she had bought. When she saw the unfamiliar girl in the courtyard, she was stunned and asked in confusion, "Miss, who are you looking for?" Li Mu arrived late at the Yamen's entrance. When he saw Constable Zhao and the others standing at the Yamen's entrance, he hurriedly said, "Sorry, I was delayed by some matters." The constables behind Constable Zhao looked at Li Mu with envy. Constable Zhao pointed at Li Mu's face and shook his head. He said, "I really envy you young people." Li Mu realized something and reached out to wipe the lipstick mark on his face. He said awkwardly, "It's getting late. Let's get going." Other than Li Mu, Constable Zhao had brought 4 other people with him to Yang County. One of them was the determined young man named Lin Yu who had passed the 3 tests with Li Mu and Li Si that day. The other 3 were old men from the Yamen. With the speed of a spirit-condensing realm cultivator using a spirit-traveling talisman, it would take more than 4 hours to travel from Yang County to the county capital. Everyone had to rest along the way. By the time they reached Yang County, it was already past noon. After reaching Yang County, they didn't go to the Yamen. Instead, they went directly to the village where the plague had spread. Cultivators who had refined the 7 spirits were immune to all diseases and evils. Although it was an exaggeration, they were immune to more than 99% of the diseases of mortals. The 6 of them arrived at the village entrance and knocked on a villager's door. Just as they were about to ask about the situation in the village, the villager suddenly fell to the ground unconscious. One of the constables touched his forehead and exclaimed, "It's so hot." Constable Zhao said, "Help him in first." The 2 of them helped the villager into the house. Constable Zhao asked the villager's wife to get a bowl of water and turned a piece of fulu into talisman water. He pinched the villager's mouth and poured the talisman water into his stomach. The villager's complexion improved after the talisman water entered his stomach, but he still didn't wake up. Constable Zhao frowned and said, "How can it be useless?" Li Mu walked forward and said, "Let me try." Although fulu often had mysterious powers, it wasn't omnipotent. Disease-dispelling talismans could cure common diseases such as headaches and fever, colds and diarrhea. However, there were many diseases that couldn't be cured. His hand glowed with a golden light. Under the astonished gazes of Constable Zhao and the others, the golden light was transferred into the villager's body. The villager's pale face gradually turned rosy, and his breathing calmed down. One of the constables touched his forehead again and exclaimed, "It's not hot anymore." Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Heart Sutra couldn't directly increase his strength, it was very useful in treating illnesses and saving people. Constable Zhao looked at the villager and muttered, "What kind of plague is it that even the disease-dispelling talisman doesn't work?" The young man named Lin Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and looked at the villager's eyelids and tongue. Finally, he leaned on the villager's chest and listened. His expression gradually became serious and he said, "It's the plague." Chapter 154. Plague. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Constable Zhao's heart skipped a beat. His face immediately darkened. "Are you sure?" Li Mu could clearly feel Constable Zhao's nervousness and knew why he was so nervous. Cultivators had created all kinds of supernatural powers and fulu pills that could cure hundreds of diseases and save thousands of lives. However, they were not omnipotent. Although the cultivators themselves would not contract certain human diseases such as the plague, they were powerless when they encountered them. They could only watch as the patient's illnesses worsened and they died. In the past, the imperial court's method of dealing with the plague was to completely seal off the infected areas. Once all the infected people died, the plague would naturally stop spreading. Lin Yu nodded solemnly and said, "I'm sure it's the plague. I used to practice medicine with my master and encountered it before." Constable Zhao hurriedly asked, "Is there a way to save it?" Lin Yu shook his head and said, "Fu Lu is useless for this disease. Whether the infected can survive depends on God's will. Unless you encounter a medical expert or use a heaven-grade Fu Lu to help them reconstruct their bodies." Li Mu did not expect the plague to be so troublesome. The heaven-grade Fu Lu had the power of creation. When Wu Bo's heart was crushed by senior brother Qin, he could also regenerate his body. Naturally, it was not a problem for him to treat and save people. The problem was that it was unrealistic to have a heaven-grade Fu Lu for each of the infected people in Yang County. It was impossible to even get one, let alone one. Since the rise of Buddhism, schools of cultivation such as medicine, painting, and music gradually declined. Now, even preserving their orthodoxy was a problem. It was not easy to encounter a plague. Constable Zhao looked at Li Mu and asked nervously, "Can you save them?" Li Mu had full confidence in the Buddhist light of the Heart Sutra. He said, "I'll try my best. The plan now is to isolate the villages where the epidemic happened as soon as possible. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Then, gather the sick people together and try to prevent more people from being infected." Lin Yu nodded repeatedly and said, "Big brotherly, you're right. Apart from that, we must exterminate the rats as soon as possible to prevent the plague from spreading further." Constable Zhao first ordered a bailiff to return to the county yamen to report the situation. Then, he asked someone to find the village chief and block the roads at the entrance and end of the village, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Then, he began to investigate the epidemic situation in the village. The other two constables took on the responsibility of exterminating the rats. Lin Yu asked them to dig a big pit in the village. Then, they filled the pit with water and poured an unknown powder into it. After the powder was mixed in, it emitted a faint fragrance. Soon, the crowd heard the sound of footsteps. Gray or black rats appeared from all corners of the village and jumped into the puddles one after another. After jumping into the puddle, they did not struggle and floated quietly on the surface of the water. After a while, the puddle was full of floating rats, and there were no more rats around. One of the bailiffs threw out a Fu Lu, and the puddle was set ablaze. All the rat corpses were incinerated. In order to completely eradicate the plague, they had to cut off the source of the plague. After a few people investigated, they found that the infection in the village was not serious. Only 10 villagers were infected. Constable Zhao gathered the 10 people together. Lin Yu went out once and found some herbs. He boiled them into a pot and distributed the decoction to the villagers who were not infected. Li Mu did not stay idle either. After the 10 people were cleansed by his light of Buddha, their symptoms gradually disappeared. Li Mu obtained a lot of merit from them, but he also used up a lot of his mana. This made him envious of Buddhism, Taoism, and the imperial family. If he wanted to obtain merit or psychokinesis, he had to do it himself. He used up his mana to treat the sick and heal the wounded. They only had to build a Taoist palace, a temple, a national temple, and erect a few statues or stone tablets to obtain the psychokinesis and merit from the people. In the Great Zhou, only Buddhism, Taoism, and the imperial court had such special privileges. If other people or forces dared to build temples privately, accept the worship of the people, and absorb the merit and psychokinesis, they would be destroyed as heretical cultivation. Therefore, he could only envy them in his heart. After treating these people, Li Mu sat on the side to rest. Perhaps they had discovered it early, but no one in this village had died of the disease. In order not to delay, they had to go to the next village in 15 minutes. Lin Yu took advantage of the free time to come over and asked, "Brotherly, are you a dual cultivator of Buddhism and Taoism?" Li Mu also just found out that this young man was a descendant of the school of medicine. He nodded at him and did not deny it. Lin Yu chatted with Li Mu for a while, mainly out of curiosity about his light of Buddha. After asking Li Mu a few questions, he stopped talking and sat quietly in the corner. He took out a cloth bag from his sleeve. When he opened the cloth bag, Li Mu saw that there were dozens of silver needles of different lengths and thicknesses in the bag. Lin Yu took out a silver needle and inserted his mana into it. He then inserted the needle into an acupuncture point on his wrist. Soon, he had inserted more than 10 silver needles into his body. There were all kinds of cultivation methods in this world, not just Buddhism and Taoism. It was normal for there to be some that he had not seen before. After arranging everything in this village, they did not delay and immediately rushed to the next village. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw the villagers in a confrontation with more than 10 constables. The constables all used black cloth to cover their noses and mouths. They held weapons in their hands and pointed at the villagers from afar. They shouted, "Your village has been infected with the plague. We are under the orders of the county magistrate to seal this village. No one is allowed to enter or leave." A group of people gathered at the entrance of the village, their faces filled with grief and anger. The leader of the group, an old man, said in a trembling voice, "There are dozens of families in the village. You don't care about the sick and only sealed the village. You are forcing the villagers to die." The constable said loudly, "The county magistrate said that sacrificing your village in exchange for the safety of the entire county is worth it. Do you want to implicate the county, or even the entire North County? Bastard!" Constable Zhao sent the constable flying with a kick. He said angrily, "Is this how you treat the people?" The constable got up from the ground and said angrily, "Who are you? How dare you interfere with our work? Are you blind?" Behind Constable Zhao, an old constable from the county government kicked him to the ground again and said, "Get lost. You have no right to speak here. Go and call your lord here." The constable was about to curse again, but when he saw their clothes, he quickly swallowed the curse words that were about to come out of his mouth. The lord could afford to offend the people from the county government, but he, a lowly constable, could not. After getting up from the ground, he hurriedly led the group away. Constable Zhao walked to the entrance of the village and said to the old man, "We are constables from the county government. We are here specifically for this plague. Old man, how is the situation in the village?" Hearing that the county government had arrived, the villagers hurriedly welcomed them into the village. When they were in the previous village, they had already discussed a series of procedures to control the epidemic. First of all, in order to prevent the epidemic from spreading, the village had to be sealed. However, the infected people could not be ignored. They had to be quarantined and treated those who were already infected. They also had to prevent new infected people from appearing. The division of labor was clear. Lin Yu and the others were in charge of exterminating the rats, while Li Mu was in charge of saving people. Fortunately, no one had died in this village so far. This should be great news. According to Lin Yu, the plague was just a general term for the plague spread by rats. There were more than 10 types of the plague that had been discovered. Each type had a different fatality rate, different harm to the human body, and different medicines were used to treat it. For this type of plague, none of the infected people had died. This meant that its harm was not that great. At least, the patients would not die in a short period of time. This gave them enough time to treat them. Li Mu had just saved 10 people. He had used up some of his mana and had not fully recovered yet. There were more infected people in this village, a total of 26. Li Mu saved another 10 people and felt that his mana was overdrawn. When he stood up, his body swayed and he almost fell. Constable Zhao quickly supported him and said, you should rest for a while. This time, we are relying on you. Li Mu also wanted to rest. However, from the moment he saved the first person, an endless stream of virtuous thought power gushed out from these patients, from their relatives, and from the people of this village. The mana in Li Mu's body was circulating faster than it had ever been. This was a real and miraculous power that could increase the speed of cultivation. Once he started, he did not want to stop. Li Mu gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Help me up. I can still save." Chapter 155. Li Mu forced himself to save a few more people. Finally, he could not squeeze out a single drop of mana. Constable Zhao helped him sit down and handed him a piece of spiritual jade. The rest of the patients have mild symptoms. Their lives will not be in danger for the time being. You should recover your mana first. It won't be too late to save them later. Li Mu held the spiritual jade in his hand and meditated. At the same time, he was observing the psyche power in his body. This power was not like soul power and charisma, which could be refined directly by him. Instead, it was hidden in his body. After he rested for a while, a group of people walked in from outside the village. The village had been completely sealed off. An old official from the county government stood at the entrance of the village and said sternly, "Halt." A stout man in official robes looked at him and said, "I am the county magistrate of Yang County. Is Constable Zhao here?" Constable Zhao walked out and saluted the stout man. "Greetings, County Magistrate Qin." County Magistrate Qin smiled and said, "There is no need to trouble Constable Zhao to come here personally for such a small matter." Constable Zhao said coldly, "If I didn't come here personally, County Magistrate Qin would have sealed off all the people in the village, wouldn't he?" County Magistrate Qin shook his head and said, "No one wanted such a thing to happen. Once the plague spreads, it will cause an even greater disaster. As a county magistrate, 100 or so lives are nothing compared to 1,000 or 10,000 lives. I have to look at the big picture. I believe that even the imperial court can understand my actions." Constable Zhao did not say much. Strictly speaking, County Magistrate Qin did not do anything wrong in this matter. However, as long as the local magistrate still had a conscience, he would not treat the lives of 100 or so people under his jurisdiction as a cold number. In his eyes, there was probably only political achievement. Constable Zhao said calmly, "The epidemic in this village has been controlled. There is still a way to save the plague. The county government will deal with the epidemic in Yang County. You don't have to worry about it anymore." County Magistrate Qin smiled and said, "That would be for the best. If Constable Zhao needs any help, just let me know." With that, he left with the group of yamen runners. The villagers knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times to Li Mu and the others. The village chief breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for saving our lives. Otherwise, the county magistrate would really let all of us die." Li Mu recovered his magic power and continued to save people. In the process of saving people, he learned that the county magistrate of Yang County did not have a good reputation in the county. The citizens were quite critical of him. Arrestor Zhao sighed and said, "It's really hard for the people of Yang County to have such a parental official." Li Mu had just heard that County Magistrate Qin was inactive and lazy in his administration. He had his ways of exploiting the people and had even disregarded human lives. As he used Buddha's light to save people, he asked, "Isn't County Governor going to do anything about it?" "I can't do anything about it." Arrestor Zhao shook his head and said, "He has people in the imperial court. County Governor has also reported this to the imperial court several times, but it was suppressed." Li Mu could understand this point. The position of county magistrate was not high, but it was not low either. At the very least, the chief official of a county did not have the power to appoint or dismiss a county magistrate. Only the imperial court had this power. Even if it was just a small county magistrate, as long as he had people in the upper echelons, even the county governor could not easily touch him. After saving the last person, Arrestor Zhao said to Li Mu, "You rest here first. I'll go to the village ahead with them to take a look." Li Mu said, "It's okay, I can still do it." Although he wanted to rest, saving people was more important. The village ahead was the source of the plague. The epidemic was even more serious and patients could die at any time. Compared to human lives, his tiredness was nothing. Arrestor Zhao tried to persuade Li Mu, but seeing that he insisted, he did not try to persuade him anymore. The few of them arranged everything and left the village. As for the situation of the few villages ahead, they had already made some preparations in their hearts. However, when they arrived at the next village a few miles away, the scene in front of them was beyond everyone's expectations. The village did not have the tension and panic of a plague. At the entrance of the village, there was a large pot with black medicinal concoction boiling in it. The villagers of this village were lined up in an orderly manner and each person scooped a bowl of medicinal concoction from the pot. Arrestor Zhao walked to the side of a villager and asked, "How is the plague in the village?" That person revealed a smile and said, "Originally, more than half of the people were sick and everyone thought that the village was finished. Fortunately, a godly doctor came and said that it was the plague. He gave us a wonderful prescription and we followed the prescription to get the medicine. That's how everyone was cured." Lin Yu thought for a moment and asked curiously, "Can I take a look at this prescription?" The villager looked troubled. He thought for a moment and said, "This, I'll have to ask the godly doctor." He strode away and quickly came back. He said embarrassedly, "The godly doctor said that this prescription is only for this type of plague. If there's no cure for the disease, the antidote will become poison. Once it's spread out and used by quacks, it will lead to a disaster." Lin Yu looked apologetic and said, "I'm sorry for being rude." He walked to the large pot at the entrance of the village and looked at it. Then, he lined up and scooped a bowl of soup. After tasting it, he walked to Li Mu and the others and said doubtfully, "That's strange. These are the most basic and common soups for clearing heat and detoxifying. How can they be useful for the plague?" Arrestor Zhao smiled and said, "There are so many prescriptions in the world. How can you know all of them? It doesn't matter if it's common or uncommon. As long as it can cure the plague, it's a good medicine." He leaned against a tree at the entrance of the village and let out a long sigh. He said, "It's good that everything's fine." "It's good that everything's fine," Li Mu had already asked around. Because of the godly doctor's appearance, the infected villagers in the previous few villages had all been cured. No one had died. The godly doctor's timely appearance had allowed him to complete his task ahead of time. He might even be able to return to the county capital today. It was a pity that if Li Mu had personally saved the patients in these few villages, the amount of virtuous thought power he could obtain would be incomparably huge. Li Mu leaned against a big tree at the entrance of the village to rest. Suddenly, he felt a familiar energy fluctuation. It was the fluctuation of virtuous thought power. He silently chanted the clear heart mantra and felt this energy from all the villagers. However, this virtuous thought power did not belong to him, so Li Mu could not absorb it. It was produced from the villagers' bodies and surged towards a certain place. Li Mu looked over and saw a middle-aged man in a gray robe walking out of the village, surrounded by a crowd. A few of the villagers asked, "Godly doctor, are you leaving?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "The plague here has been resolved. It's a matter of life and death. I still have to go to other villages to prevent more people from suffering." The villager walked over and held a cloth bag. He said, "The Zhou family village has no way to repay the godly doctor's kindness for saving our lives. We have gathered some money to express our sincerity. Please accept it." The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. He said, "A doctor has a benevolent heart. I didn't save people for this. You can take this money back." The villager insisted a few times, but he was rejected by the godly doctor. The villager could only give up. He turned around and said to the villagers, "The godly doctor will not accept the money." Everyone kowtowed to the godly doctor to thank him. As soon as he finished speaking, all the villagers at the entrance of the Zhou family village knelt down and kowtowed 3 times respectfully to the godly doctor. Limu noticed that even more virtuous thought power floated out from their bodies and surged into the godly doctor's body. He was a little envious of this scene, but not jealous. He saved the dying and healed the injured for free. This godly doctor had a benevolent heart and deserved their kowtow. This godly doctor had a noble character. He gave Limu the feeling that he was a cultivator. Limu habitually used his heavenly eye to observe for a while, and then couldn't help but be stunned. The godly doctor's body was surrounded by a demonic aura. He was actually a demon. However, the demonic aura on his body was clear and pure without any impurities. He walked the path of righteous cultivation. In the eyes of the people, demons were strange creatures that harmed people. However, many demons were very pure and kind. They worshipped Buddhism and were kinder than humans. Instead, it was the human heart that made people more fearful. This godly doctor's cultivation was clearly much stronger than Limu's. He was at least a 4th-level demon cultivator. Limu could see his demonic aura, but he couldn't see through his true body. He was curious. He held Bai in his hand and secretly communicated with Madame Chu. She passed a portion of her dermic powers to Limu through the scabbard. After a while, Limu felt that his body was filled with dermic powers. He used his heavenly eye again and looked at the godly doctor. In front of the Zhou family village's people stood a monster in gray clothes. The demon had the body of a human and the head of a rat. Chapter 156. The miracle-working doctor who saved lives and healed the wounded was a monster. This was not something that would make Limu feel strange. He did not have any prejudice against demons and ghosts. Whether it was Xiao Bai, the little snake, or the bull spirit and tiger spirit that Limu met, they were all demons, but they did not do anything to harm people. However, the miracle doctor who had cured the plague was a rat demon. This was a little thought-provoking. The miracle doctor had already walked far away when Lin Yu suddenly said, "I think there's something wrong with this miracle doctor." Constable Zhao was stunned and asked, "What's the problem?" Lin Yu looked at the big pot and said, "I saw the herbs in the pot. They are all heat-clearing and detoxifying herbs. If these herbs could cure the plague, there wouldn't have been so many deaths in the past." Constable Zhao was surprised and said, "You mean, these people were not cured?" Lin Yu shook his head and said, "I've seen these people. They have indeed recovered, but it was not because of this pot of herbs. It was because of other reasons. No matter what, that miracle doctor is definitely not as simple as he looks." Limu thought for a while and said, "I also think that we should observe more. Even if there's nothing wrong with that miracle doctor, if the plague recurs, we might have to do it again." "That's true." Constable Zhao nodded and said, "Everyone has worked hard today, especially Limu. Let's go to the county first and wait for a few days." When they arrived at the county, Constable Zhao found an inn and prepared a few rooms for them. Everyone, including Constable Zhao, shared a room in pairs. Limu had a room to himself so that he could have a good rest. If the plague recurred, they still needed him to treat and save people. Tai Wei Xian Palace, Yuhuang Shiqing, inner refinement of the 3 souls, fetal light tranquility. At night, Limu sat cross-legged on the bed and recited the soul condensation spell. Today was the 3rd night of the lunar month. It was the best time to condense the soul. Just after midnight, Limu opened his eyes and a shadow floated out of his body. With a thought, the shadow floated back into his body. Before tonight, His Fa was comparable to a soul condensation cultivator, but it wasn't until just now that he refined the soul of fetal light, making it more condensed and able to freely enter and leave his body. As for the magic power in his body, after refining the first soul, it also increased by a level. With the massive increase in his magic power, he felt that he could attempt to cast the third mantra. Li Mu made a gesture with one hand and silently chanted the fighting mantra. Nothing strange happened around him, but Li Mu could acutely feel that his body seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. Li Mu picked up Bai Yi and subconsciously swung his sword. All the sword moves he had learned before suddenly appeared in his mind again. They connected perfectly. Li Mu's body swung his sword uncontrollably. Like moving clouds and flowing water, he connected all the sword moves one by one. At this moment, a thought appeared in Li Mu's mind. Even if he were to fight with Li Qing, he was confident that he could win. Although the power of the fighting mantra was not obvious, it raised Li Mu's battle instincts and awareness to the limit. Li Mu had never heard of any supernatural powers or mantras that could achieve this. He was looking forward to the 6 syllables of the Sanskrit mantra. However, he had long realized that the 9 syllables of the Sanskrit mantra was harder to cast. He might have to wait until he concentrated before he could master the next word. The reason why he could refine the first soul tonight was mostly because of the virtuous will power he absorbed during the day. This made Li Mu think of the rat demon. For demons, this kind of power was also beneficial to their cultivation. The rat demon's demonic aura was pure. It had never eaten human blood and did not have the slightest bit of resentment on its body. It had also never been tainted by human blood. However, if the rat demon was the one who spread the plague and turned into a divine doctor, directing and acting a good show to absorb the courage of the people, even if it did not cause any deaths, it would have violated the laws of the great show and would not be tolerated by the government. Of course, this was only Li Mu's guess. Whether or not the divine doctor was a problem remained to be seen. Outside, without Lu Hanyan to dual cultivate with, he could not play with Xiao Bai. After a busy day, Li Mu was physically and mentally exhausted. He did not continue to meditate and went to sleep with his clothes on. The next day, the constable that Constable Zhao had sent back to the county yamen to report returned with 2 more people. These 2 people were 2 of the 6 constables in the county yamen. One of them was surnamed Xian and the other was surnamed Sunday. The plague was not a joke. Every time it broke out, countless people would die. The county governor obviously attached great importance to it. 3 of the 6 constables in the county yamen had already arrived. Constable Zhao came down from upstairs and said to the 2, "You came at the right time. The situation in Yang County is a little strange. I suspect that the cause of this plague is not so simple." After a while, Constable Qian frowned and asked, "You mean that someone created this plague?" Constable Zhao nodded and said, "That divine doctor's actions are suspicious and worth paying attention to. Moreover, this plague has already appeared for a few days, but not a single person has died. When have you ever seen a plague outbreak without people dying?" Constable Sun stroked the short beard on his chin and said, "If that's the case, then it's a little strange." For the next 2 days, keep a close eye on that divine doctor's whereabouts and see what else he'll do. In the next 2 days, 3 more villages within Yang County's borders were infected with the plague. Although Li Mu and the others had done their best to quarantine the villages and prevent the spread of the plague to the greatest extent, considering that the patients would have an incubation period, it was possible that there were already carriers of the plague in other villages before they arrived. Coincidentally, every time a plague outbreak broke out in a village, the divine doctor would appear. After treating the people in the village, he would move on to the next village. He would travel in a straight line along the official road, and the plague would also break out in a straight line. Along the way, it would break out and be treated by him. If at this time, the people still had not discovered the abnormality, then they would be constables in vain. The outbreak of a plague usually spread in all directions from the place of origin. It was impossible for it to break out in a straight line like this. Moreover, the death rate of the plague was extremely high. In the past few days, more than 10 villages in Yangqiu County had been infected, but not a single person had died. This was even more impossible. Without a doubt, the source of this plague was that divine doctor. He had spread this plague and treated the people along the way. His goal was to absorb merit and willpower from the people to aid his cultivation. Li Mu could not help but sigh. There was always someone better than him, and there was always a demon better than a demon. Using this method of cultivation, not only did he not need to kill people, but he could also gain a good reputation. It was much better than those heretical cultivation methods that only knew how to kill people and extract their souls. Unfortunately, this method was also unorthodox. Constable Zhao said, "It looks like we still have to catch that divine doctor if we want to completely quell this plague." Li Mu originally wanted to remind them that the other party was a fourth realm demon, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that even Constable Zhao could not tell. If he spoke, not to mention whether the other two would believe him or not, it would be difficult for him to explain himself. He thought about it and could only say, this person can spread the plague without anyone noticing. His cultivation must be quite high. It's best to be careful. Constable Zhao smiled and said, "Don't worry. If the three of us work together, we can even fight against divine powers. That person can't be a creation realm cultivator, right?" Since Constable Zhao said so, Li Mu had nothing to worry about. 15 minutes later, Constables Zhao, Qian, and Sun, Li Mu, Lin Yu, and another old official who had condensed 3 souls left the inn and went out of the city. Yang County, Su Village. Thank you for saving our lives, Divine Doctor. Take care, Divine Doctor. The plague in Su Village had just been quelled. The villagers knelt on the ground and watched a middle-aged man in gray leave. The middle-aged man carried a medicine box and left Su Village. He walked into a forest and his body swayed. He held onto a tree to prevent himself from falling. After meditating for a while, his complexion improved a little. After searching the forest for a while, he finally found a few stalks of medicinal herbs. He walked to the herbs and rolled up his sleeves. There were dozens of neat scratches on his wrist. Some of them had already scabbed over, while others were new. He did not care about the scars and used his fingernail to make a new wound on his wrist. Blood dripped from the wound onto the herbs and was quickly absorbed by them. He uprooted the herbs, brushed away the soil, and put them in the medicine box. Then, he walked out of the forest and along the official road, came to another village. There was also a plague outbreak in this village and more than 20 people had fallen ill. Someone stood at the entrance of the village and looked around. When he saw the middle-aged man, he was pleasantly surprised. "It's the Divine Doctor. The Divine Doctor is here. We are saved." The middle-aged man walked into the village and took out a few herbs from his medicine box. He wrote down a prescription and handed it to the village chief. He said, "Follow this prescription and add these herbs. Boil it into a pot. Drink it and you will be cured." "Thank you, Divine Doctor. I will ask someone to get the herbs." The middle-aged man stayed in the village for half a day until the villagers drank the medicine and recovered. Then, he left the village amidst the villagers' gratitude. The villagers gathered at the entrance of the village and knelt on the ground as they watched him leave. No one noticed that hundreds of rats had crawled out from every corner of the village and left. In a valley far away from the village, the rats gathered again and surrounded the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Wisps of black gas escaped from the rats and were sucked into his body. He waved at the rats and said, "Disperse." The rats squeaked for a while and circled around him a few times before leaving the valley. The middle-aged man felt that his body was full of psychokinesis. His eyes were filled with hope as he muttered, it should be enough. At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared on his face. His face instantly became alert as he looked at the back of the valley. A few figures walked out from the back of the valley. Constable Zhao held a bronze mirror in his hand. The mirror shone on the middle-aged man and a monster with a rat's head appeared. Constable Zhao looked at the middle-aged man and said, "So it's a rat demon. You spread the plague and pretended to be a divine doctor to fool the people and absorb their psychokinesis. You really know how to play." Chapter 157. The rats retreated from the village and followed the middle-aged man here. Li Mu and the others, who were hiding in the dark, saw everything clearly. At this point, the truth had been revealed. The plague in Yang County was deliberately spread by this rat demon. He spread the plague and pretended to be a divine doctor. He directed and acted out a good show to deceive the people and absorb their telekinesis for cultivation. The middle-aged man looked at the people who suddenly appeared and his expression changed. He looked at Constable Zhao and tried to explain, "I did these things, but I did not harm a single life. But your actions have disturbed the peace of Yang County," Constable Zhao said. Using this method to steal the people's telekinesis is not allowed by the imperial court. "Come with us to the county yamen." The middle-aged man said, "I will go to the yamen and turn myself in, but not now." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly fled in a certain direction. However, he only ran a few steps before another figure walked out from behind a tree in front of him. He changed directions, but he was still blocked by someone. The three constables, Zhao, Qian, and Sun, surrounded the rat demon in the valley. Li Mu, Lin Yu, and another old official blocked the last exit of the valley, completely sealing off his escape route. The middle-aged man also knew that he could not easily escape today, so he rushed in the direction of Constable Qian. Constable Zhao and Constable Sun hurriedly chased after him. The three of them joined forces and fought the rat demon. Under normal circumstances, 3 assembled spirit cultivators would not be a match for a 4th realm demon in a head-on battle. However, the 3 constables of the county yamen were not ordinary assembled spirit cultivators. They were different from Wu Bo, who was in the assembled spirit realm, who was cultivated by a sect. They had experienced hundreds of battles and were extremely experienced in battle. With the advantage of their Dharma treasures, they were able to fight the demon to a standstill. Li Mu secretly performed the Do incantation. In his eyes, the movements of Zhao, Qian, and Sun suddenly slowed down. Moreover, he instantly saw through several flaws in their movements. While he was amazed at the magic of this formula, he also saw some other things. The rat demon's aura seemed to be a little weak, and he did not have the heart to fight. He only defended and did not attack, constantly looking for a way out. If it wasn't for this reason, Constable Zhao and the other 2 might not have been able to fight him to a draw. The bronze mirror in Constable Zhao's hand was a powerful Dharma treasure. Every time the light reflected by the bronze mirror shone on the rat demon, its body would pause for a moment. At that moment, Constable Qian and Constable Sun would take advantage of the situation and attack. The magical treasures in their hands were all thick and solid iron chains. The chains in their hands seemed to have a life of their own. They were very flexible and could be used to attack or defend. Taking advantage of the moment when the rat demon was shown by the bronze mirror and his body froze, 2 chains were thrown out and bound his body. The 3 bailiffs each grabbed the 3 ends of the 2 iron chains. Constable Zhao shouted, "Come and help." Lin Yu's speed was very fast. He picked up the last end of the iron chain and the 4 of them stood in 4 different directions, firmly restricting the middle-aged man's movements. The middle-aged man let out a roar. Li Mu saw a round object in his mouth emitting a strong light. Then, his body suddenly expanded, and many gray hairs grew on his body. He used his thick arms to hold the iron chain. With a sudden tug, Constable Qian and Constable Sun were sent flying. He exerted more force, and the iron chains in Constable Zhao and Lin Yu's hands flew out. In the end, the strength of a human could not compare to that of a demon. The middle-aged man broke free of the iron chains and madly ran out of the valley. His speed was several times faster than before. The direction he was rushing in was the direction of Li Mu and the old official. Whoosh! A ray of sword light shot out from Li Mu's hand, blocking the middle-aged man for a moment. This moment was enough for the three constables to catch up and hold the middle-aged man back again. The middle-aged man let out an angry roar to the sky. I didn't kill anyone. Why do you have to force me? Constable Zhao said, we're just following the law. You've violated the laws of the Great Zhou. We can't let you go just like that. Then I'll offend you. The middle-aged man hissed, and his body changed again. The hair on his body grew again, and his human head turned into a rat's head. His hands turned into sharp claws, glowing with a faint cold light. Although demons advocated transforming into human form, they could only unleash their full strength in their true form. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man turned into a giant rat. Whoosh! In the next moment, his figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. Puff! Constable Qian's body trembled, and a few bloody wounds appeared on his chest. Fresh blood seeped out of the wounds, and soon turned black. Be careful, there's poison. He only had time to warn before he fell to the ground, unconscious. Constable Zhao was shocked. Oh no, even the primordial spirit can't resist this poison. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head and looked at the black blood flowing out of his chest. In the last second before his consciousness faded, he saw a black shadow pouncing toward Constable Sunday. Constable Sun sensed extreme danger and instinctively wanted to dodge, but he could not outrun the black shadow. He avoided his chest, but blood burst out of his arm. His primordial spirit had only left his body halfway before it was sucked back in. He fell to the ground and no longer made a sound. Puff! Puff! After two strange sounds, Lin Yu and the old official also fell to the ground. Whoosh! The black shadow pounced toward Li Mu. Li Mu stood still and did not move. Clang! Bai in his hand suddenly flew out of its scabbard, and a shadow condensed in the air. Madame Chu swung her sword, and flames burst out from the sword. The black shadow was forced back and finally revealed itself. Sensing Madame Chu's aura, a hint of shock appeared in the giant rat's mung-bean eyes. Madame Chu looked at the rat demon in front of her and asked, Young master, how should we deal with this demon? At first, she called Li Mu master, but later on, Li Mu felt that it was too embarrassing to call him that, so he asked her to change the way she addressed him. The rat demon's aura was weak and not at its peak. After fighting with the three constables for so long, it was no longer a match for Madame Chu. He glanced at the rat demon and said, just capture him alive. Don't kill him. Yes. Madame Chu held Bai tightly and went forward. Li Mu stood at the side and watched the demon and ghost fight. A ghost cultivator at the peak of the soul realm with dermic powers encountered a demon of the same level that had lost more than half of its strength. There was almost no suspense in controlling the situation. In the blink of an eye, the rat demon was about to be defeated. At this moment, Li Mu suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and looked into the distance. Behind him, two wisps of strong beastly aura were rapidly approaching him without concealing their presence. These two demonic auras were not inferior to the rat demon. Clearly, they were also two fourth-realm demonic cultivators. Li Mu's expression finally changed. Madame Chu had just advanced to the soul realm. Dealing with a rat demon was already her limit. She would definitely not be a match for two fourth realm demons. Madame Chu clearly sensed the two demonic auras as well. She stopped fighting the rat demon and immediately retreated to Li Mu's side. The enemy was outnumbered. Li Mu's best course of action was to retreat. However, Constable Zhao and the others were still lying on the ground. He could not abandon them and escape alone. Li Mu said in a low voice, "Come to the sword and lend me your dermic powers." To Li Mu, Madame Chu was a high-powered power bank that could make up for the lack of his dermic powers at any time. When he sensed the abundant dermic powers in his body, the two demonic auras were already approaching. At this moment, Li Mu realized that the two demonic auras seemed familiar. It was not until two burly men descended from the sky and landed beside the rat demon that Li Mu's face revealed a look of shock. He said, "Why are you guys here?" The green bull demon and the tiger demon clearly did not expect to meet Li Mu here. They said in surprise, "Brother Li Mu, why are you here?" Li Mu looked at them and then at the rat demon. He asked, "Do you know each other?" The rat demon transformed back into his human form. He looked at the two demons and asked, "Second brother, third brother, why are you guys here?" "We're here to take you back." The tiger demon glared at him and said, "We already know what you've done." The rat demon raised his head and said, "I didn't harm a life. I just wanted to take some dermic powers to save her. When she recovers, I will go to the government office to surrender myself." Short-sighted. The tiger demon gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think you can save her by cheating some dermic powers? She was just comforting you. Can't you tell?" The rat demon's body shook as if all his strength had been sucked out. He collapsed on the ground and his face was blank. He could not help but shake his head and said, "This is impossible, this is impossible." The green bull demon looked at the people lying on the ground and had already realized what had happened. He said to Li Mu apologetically, "I'm sorry. It's all our fault for not being strict enough and causing trouble for the government. These people are just poisoned. It's not a big deal. I'll get him to detoxify them later." Li Mu was full of doubts. He looked at the rat demon who had already collapsed and asked, "What's going on?" The green bull demon sighed and said, "It's a long story." Chapter 158. The story of the rat demon was not a long one. A month ago, his wife was seriously injured. Her body and soul were both damaged. She did not have much time left. She knew that she did not have much time left, so she made up the lie that psychokinesis could heal her. It was to give him a glimmer of hope during this period of time so that he would not be too immersed in sorrow. That was why the rat demon spread the plague, deceived the villagers, and collected their psychokinesis. He was not doing this for the sake of cultivation, but to save his wife. This rat demon reminded him of a yellow rat. He did not expect the rat that everyone hated to cross the street to have such a true temperament. The green bull demon looked at the rat demon and said, "Help them detoxify first." The rat demon took a deep breath at Constable Zhao and the others. A cloud of black chi slowly floated out of their bodies and was sucked into his body. The strength of a middle realm demon was fully displayed. Even the weak rat demon was not a match for the three constables when he got serious. After they woke up, they felt the other two powerful demon auras. Their expressions changed and they were about to pick up their weapons when Li Mu hurriedly explained, "These two have no ill intentions. Don't be nervous." They looked left and right. Seeing that the two demons had no intention of attacking, the fear on their faces gradually turned to doubt. The green bull demon took the initiative to say, "Sorry for the trouble. My brother has done something wrong. In a few days, I will personally bring him to the yamen to plead guilty. Today, please make things easy for us." The three constables did not say anything. Although they really wanted to bring this rat demon back right now, they had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. A single fourth realm demon was enough to wipe them all out, and there were 3 of them here. If they had ill intentions, none of them would be able to escape today. Constable Zhao was depressed. Since when were there so many core formation demons in the North County? Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked at the green bull demon and asked, "Are the 3 of you the white demon king subordinates?" The green bull demon nodded and said, "Yes." The 3 constables immediately stood up. Constable Zhao stood up and cupped his fists. "So you are the white demon king's subordinates." Sorry. In order to show respect to the strong, people usually called 5th realm demon cultivators demon kings, while 6th realm demon cultivators comparable to Taoism Dongxian were called demon emperors. Those who could be called demon kings were at least 5th realm powerhouses. It was not hard for Li Mu to connect the dots. The white demon king mentioned by Constable Zhao was Bai Yinshin's father. Who would have thought that the little snake's father would actually be a 5th realm Yao cultivator? Fortunately, Li Mu hadn't killed her at the time. At the time, he still couldn't bear the wrath of the Yao king. Perhaps the entire Yangqiu County would be implicated because of him. The green bull demon looked at Constable Zhao and the others and said, "This brother of mine did not commit such a mistake intentionally. I hope that you can explain the situation to the commandery officer when you return. Within a month, I will personally take him to the commandery office to plead guilty." Knowing the other party's identity, Constable Zhao nodded and said, "Since that's the case, we'll take our leave today." The tiger demon looked at Li Mu and asked, "Is Brother Li in the county office now?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I just transferred here not long ago." The tiger demon sighed and said, "It's not convenient these days. In a few days, if Brother Li is free, you can come to Tiger Head Mountain for a drink." Constable Zhao bowed to the 3 demons again and said to Li Mu and the others, "Let's go." At this moment, the rat demon, who had been silent since the beginning, suddenly pulled out Bai from Li Mu's hand. He slid the sword across his neck and said with a smile, "Since I can't save her, I'll go down and accompany her." However, his sword did not go down. The green bull demon's hand grasped the blade of the sword and Li Mu's handprint quietly loosened. The tiger demon glared at the rat demon and roared, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Constable Zhao sighed and shook his head. "Let's go." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "You guys go back first. I want to take a look. Maybe his wife can be saved." Constable Zhao thought of the scene when Li Mu saved the patient. He thought for a moment and said, "If you want to go, I'll go with you." The green bull demon suddenly looked at Li Mu and said in surprise, "Brother Li, do you have a way?" Although Li Mu looked like he was only in the soul condensing realm, the green bull demon did not forget that he and the tiger demon almost died in his hands in Yangqiu County a few months ago. Li Mu said, "I'll have to see to know." Generally speaking, for demons and ghosts, if their soul or primordial spirit foundation was destroyed, they could only wait for death. However, Li Mu did not have any other skills except for the destruction of his healing foundation. As long as he was not like that old fox who was about to die and relied on his obsession to hold on, even if his life was hanging by a thread, Li Mu would be able to pull her back from the gates of hell. The rat demon grabbed Li Mu's wrist and widened his eyes. "If you can cure her, from now on, my life is yours." Every moment wasted meant an additional moment of risk. Li Mu said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly." The other 2 constables brought Lin Yu and Li Mu back to the inn first. Constable Zhao was worried about leaving Li Mu alone, so he went with him to the rat demon's lair. Along the way, Li Mu learned more about the White Demon King after asking Constable Zhao. The White Demon King was a white snake who had achieved success in cultivation. He had countless strong cultivators under him, and there were more than 10 fourth realm demon cultivators. In the North County, his power was not inferior to that of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Unlike Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, who had done many evil deeds, the White Demon King not only restrained his subordinates from committing evil deeds, but also intimidated the other demons in the North County. They did not dare to wantonly harm others, making a great contribution to maintaining the stability of the North County. It was also because of this that even the North County officials were very polite to him. Like father, like daughter. Li Mu finally knew where Bai Yinshin's natural sense of justice came from. The Green Bull Demon said, "Miss often mentions you. If she knows that you are here, she will definitely be very happy." Li Mu hurriedly said, "It's better not to tell her that I'm here." The snake was obviously addicted to the Buddha's light. In the past, when she stayed at Suhi's place, she would squeeze Li Mu dry before letting him go. Li Mu did not want to see her again. Especially after he heard from the Green Bull Demon that she had successfully condensed a demon core and advanced to the fourth realm. The Rat Demon's nest was not far from here. With the use of the Divine Travel Talisman, it only took an hour on foot. On the surface, this place looked like a village hidden in the mountains. There were more than 10 shabby thatched houses. Li Mu sensed the aura of a few transformed demonic cultivators from the houses, but most of them were demons in the shape of fetuses. In the innermost hut, there was an extremely weak demon aura. When the demons saw the Rat Demon return, they respectfully knelt on the ground and called out, "Your Majesty." The Rat Demon ignored them and ran straight to the innermost hut. Li Mu followed him in and saw a woman lying on a wooden bed in the hut. The woman's appearance was ordinary. Her face was as pale as paper, and her aura was extremely weak. She seemed to have fallen into a coma. From the demon aura emitted from her body, she should only be at the transformation stage. The moment Li Mu saw her, he heaved a sigh of relief. To be able to maintain her transformation meant that she was not at the end of her rope. Her situation was much better than that old fox. The Rat Demon looked at Li Mu nervously and asked, "How is it? Can you save her?" Li Mu walked to the bed and said, "Let me try." He held the woman's wrist and sent in a stream of dermic powers to check her body. This Rat Demon was indeed severely injured. Especially her soul, which was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, as long as she did not collapse, Li Mu could save her. Madame Chu's situation that day was even more dangerous than hers. Li Mu's right hand gradually emitted a golden light. As the golden light entered the woman's body, her soul power started to stabilize and solidify at a very obvious speed. Constable Zhao looked at this scene and clicked his tongue in wonder. The Green Bull Demon and the Tiger Demon were delighted. As for the Rat Demon, he was already ecstatic and his body was trembling. If not for the fact that he was worried about disturbing Li Mu, he would have rushed over. A moment later, Li Mu retracted his hand. The woman on the bed regained some color and her eyes slowly opened. The Rat Demon immediately rushed forward and held her hand. He asked with a gentle gaze, "How do you feel?" The woman smiled and caressed his face. "I'm much better." "Don't worry," Li Mu looked at the Rat Demon couple. At this moment, he seemed to understand what Li Si meant. He and Lu Hanyan only liked each other. This was love. The Rat Demon sensed the recovery of his wife's soul power. He knelt in front of Li Mu and coughed a few times. "Thank you, benefactor. From now on, my life is yours." Li Mu smiled and said, "Brother Rat, you're too polite. I'm friends with Brother Tiger and Brother Ox. This is what I should do." The Green Bull Demon smiled. The Tiger Demon patted his chest and said to Li Mu, "From now on, I, Tiger Demon, will recognize you as my brother." Li Mu suddenly looked at the woman and asked, "The person who injured you that day, was it a human cultivator?" The woman nodded and said, "It was a human." Li Mu took a deep breath and asked, "What kind of human?" Just now, He felt a weak aura in the rat demon's body that was about to disappear. This aura was exactly the same as Xiao Bai's grandmother, the old fox. Chapter 159. The woman extended her hand and swiped it gently in front of her eyes. In the void, the phantom of a human man appeared. Li Mu memorized the appearance of that person. The eyes of the rat demon were filled with hatred. Li Mu did not say anything. He converted all the Buddhist dharmic powers in his body into the Buddhist light of the Heart Sutra and healed the woman's essence spirit completely. The rat demon was only in the form of a transformation. Coupled with the fact that Li Mu's dharmic powers were no longer what they were in the past, the healing effect was much better than when he treated the little snake back then. Li Mu said to the rat demon, "She's fine now. She'll be fine after recuperating in peace for a few months." The rat demon was filled with joy and knelt down once more, saying emotionally, "Thank you, benefactor." Li Mu smiled gently. Although the rat demon had committed a mistake, it was pardonable. Furthermore, he would rather sacrifice his essence blood and dharmic powers than harm a human life. If he did not abide by his bottom line and was a sentimental person, Li Mu would not have helped him. The rat demon's wife was fine now. Li Mu was still concerned about Lu Hanyan and Xiao Bai and bade farewell to the three demons. The rat demon said hurriedly, "Benefactor, why don't you stay here for a few days? Let me do my duty as a host." The tiger demon also hooked his arm around Li Mu's shoulder and said, "That's right, brotherly. I still want to have a few drinks with you." Li Mu smiled. "The yamen is busy and my colleagues are still waiting in the city. If there's a chance next time, I'll definitely come. Since that's the case, brotherly, you can head back first." The green bull demon smiled and said, "It won't be too late to drink when I bring him to the yamen to ask for forgiveness in a few days." The rat demon thought for a moment and suddenly forced out a ball of light from his body. "I have nothing to repay your kindness. Please accept this, benefactor." The ball of light was the psychic power he obtained from the people of a few villages. Li Mu considered for a moment and did not reject it. He accepted the ball of light. Firstly, the power was indeed useful to him. Secondly, by accepting the item, the karma between him and the rat demon could be resolved. If the rat monster clan also had a rule that they had to repay kindness, and if a rat came to him and offered itself to him in the future, Lu Hanyan would be jealous again. Besides, he still had a fox that had just transformed into a human form at home, waiting to repay his kindness. Li Mu accepted the telekinesis, and the two demons personally sent Li Mu out. Li Mu had just walked out of the thatched hut when three figures suddenly descended from the sky not far in front of him. One of them was a white-robed scholar. He was very handsome and had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had an elegant temperament and did not exude any aura, just like an ordinary person. There were two women standing on each side of him. The person on the left was dressed in white and had a delicate appearance. When Li Mu saw her, his heart skipped a beat. It was Bai Xin, whom he had not seen for several months. The person on the right was dressed in a green dress and had a rather beautiful appearance. She had a pair of seductive peach blossom eyes, which made Li Mu's expression change even more. When Bai Xin saw Li Mu, she was first stunned, then she said in surprise, "Why are you here?" As for the woman in the green dress, when she saw Li Mu, she gritted her teeth and rushed up with her sword. She said sternly, "Little thief, give me your life." The road was narrow for enemies. Li Mu met two of them at once on this narrow road. Bai Xin was fine. Although the two of them had some misunderstandings at first, they had buried the hatchet in the end. Li Mu had been squeezed dry by her too many times, causing his legs to instinctively go soft when he saw her. As for this green snake, she had a deep hatred for Li Mu. Last time, she was sucked dry by Li Mu until her legs went soft and she was beaten up for nothing. When enemies meet, their eyes were especially red. Li Mu thought again and realized that the core condensation demon that appeared that night should be Bai Yinshin. No wonder he felt that the demon aura was inexplicably familiar. This green snake was actually Bai Yinshin's sister. Didn't that mean that she was also the White Demon King's daughter? There was no need to guess who the middle-aged scholar standing between the two of them was. The current situation did not allow Li Mu to think too much, because the green snake had already rushed over with a snake-shaped sword. A month ago, if they really fought with their lives on the line, Li Mu would not be her match without using lightning techniques. But today, the situation was completely different. The green snake chased Li Mu and slashed wildly, but she could not even touch the corner of his clothes. In Li Mu's eyes, her movements were too slow and full of flaws. A trace of surprise appeared in the green bull demon's eyes. He vaguely guessed that the reason why he and the tiger demon almost died at his hands last time was mainly because he was possessed by the female ghost by the lake. But now, seeing that a second realm cultivator like him could handle the second Miss Fierce attacks with ease, his own strength was probably not to be underestimated. Constable Zhao was secretly shocked. He realized that he had underestimated Li Mu. Although Li Mu's cultivation was not high, his combat experience was rich. Even if he were to face Li Mu himself, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. The rat demon stood at the side, watching anxiously. He wanted to stop them, but one was his benefactor and the other was his niece. For a moment, he did not know what to do. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and was about to step forward to stop them when the middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "Let's wait and see first. This young man is not so simple. Let's let her temper her listening heart." The green snake fought with Li Mu for a while, but she could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Instead, she was panting from exhaustion. She could not help but say angrily, "Thief, do you only know how to sneak attack and run? If you have the guts, fight me directly." Li Mu cursed in his heart. Even a clay figurine would have some anger. This green snake kept stepping on his nose and face. He did not intend to tolerate it any longer. Paw! When the green snake attacked again, Li Mu's figure flashed and dodged her sword. He raised his hand again and used the scabbard to hit her but the green snake covered her but with one hand, her face full of shame and anger. She said angrily, "Damn thief, I'm going to kill you." Paw! Paw paw! Paw paw paw! After a few rounds, she threw away her sword and covered her but with both hands. She looked angrily at Bai Yinshin and said, "Sister, I'm being bullied. Come and help me." Bai Yinshin glanced at her and said, "Serves you right for sucking people's yang qi. Do you still think you're in the right?" Li Mu began to have a good impression of this Xiao Bai snake. Although her IQ was a little low, her 3 views were very good. How could such a kind sister have such a sister who could not distinguish right from wrong? The green snake picked up her sword and was about to rush up again. Seeing Li Mu raise the scabbard, her body trembled. She immediately ran to the middle-aged scholar's side and hugged his arm. She said with dissatisfaction, "Father, you're not helping me." The middle-aged scholar said, "This is your fault. Go and apologize to this little brother." The green snake's eyes widened. I'll apologize to him." The middle-aged scholar looked at her and asked, "What did I usually teach you? You have to work hard to cultivate and not harm people. You sucked people's yang qi. This is already wrong. You even attacked the officials. Don't you know what you did wrong?" The green snake did not dare to talk back. She resentfully walked to Li Mu's side and said, "I was wrong." Li Mu looked at her indifferently and asked, "What did you do wrong?" The green snake gritted her teeth and said, "I shouldn't have sucked people's yang qi. I shouldn't have attacked you, okay? Li Mu said, is this your attitude of admitting your mistake? The green snake finally could not help but say angrily, I said I was wrong. Don't go too far. The middle-aged man said, listen to your heart. The green snake lowered her head again. She twisted her body and said, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Li Mu did not buy her words at all. He ignored her and cupped his hands to the middle-aged scholar and said, greetings, White Demon King. You're welcome. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, I have to thank you for showing mercy last time and letting my daughter go. This time, you saved my sister-in-law. I owe you 2 favors. In fact, Li Mu did not want to let the green snake go last time. It was just that he could not beat a core formation monster at that time. He waved his hand and said, it's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. The middle-aged scholar thought for a while and looked at him. He asked, little brother, do you know how to heal the injuries of the primordial spirit? Li Mu nodded and said, I know a little. The green bull demon finally realized something. He looked at the middle-aged scholar and said excitedly, Brother Li can heal my sister-in-law. Can you also heal? A glimmer of light appeared in the middle-aged scholar's eyes. He looked at Li Mu with a burning gaze and said, to be honest, I have a request. Chapter 160. North County, in an endless stretch of mountains. The mountain peaks stacked up, and the trees were lush. 3 figures flew across the mountain range. Li Mu stepped on Bai and was as steady as Mount Tai. His speed was not inferior to the White Demon King and the Green Bull Demon at all. Cultivators had to reach the transcendent realm before they could master the wind manipulation or sword manipulation. Bai had a sword spirit, so he didn't need Li Mu to control him. He could also manipulate the sword with Madame Chu's mana. Strictly speaking, Li Mu's true cultivation was not as good as the sword under his feet. The White Demon King strolled in the air. With every step, he could cross more than 30 meters. He glanced at Li Mu and said, Brother Li, you have such ability at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Li Mu smiled and asked, does the Demon King want me to save someone? The White Demon King nodded and said, if Brother Li can save her, I will definitely thank you. Even if you can't, I will prepare a small gift. I won't let you come here for nothing. Li Mu felt that if he became a doctor, he would have a much better future than a constable. Although he wasn't well versed in medicine, the Buddhist light could cure all kinds of illnesses. Many monks used this method to save lives and gain merit. Even if he could not become a famous official or a famous doctor, he might be able to gain the love of the people and condense his last soul. Li Mu thought about this possibility as he hurried. The 3 of them flew above the mountain range for an hour and landed on a steep mountain peak. Not far ahead, there was a cave entrance. 2 demons were guarding the cave entrance. Li Mu could not see their true forms at a glance. They should be 2 core formation demons. The 2 demons walked forward and bowed to the White Demon King and the Green Bull Demon. Big brother, second brother. Li Mu followed the 4 demons into the cave. On the cave wall, there was a pearl embedded every few steps. The light it emitted illuminated the entire cave. The cave was very deep. After walking for nearly 100 steps, they should have reached the center of the mountain. After another 10 steps or so, the temperature in the cave suddenly dropped, and it suddenly became cold. A moment later, Li Mu followed the 4 demons into a cold ice cave. The area of this ice cave was only a few feet wide. The walls were covered in white frost and the soil under his feet was also frozen stiff. The temperature in the cave was extremely low and Li Mu had to circulate his mana to resist the cold. There was a stone platform in the middle of the ice cave, and an ice coffin was placed on top of the stone platform. The ice coffin was crystal clear, and there seemed to be someone lying inside. The White Demon King flew onto the stone platform and said, "Brotherly, come up as well." Limu lightly tapped the ground with his toes and lightly leaped onto the stone platform. He looked at the ice coffin and saw a woman lying in it. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, and her appearance was somewhat similar to Inshin's. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there seemed to be a shadow of her in the eyes of the green snake. What was different from them was that this woman had 2 horns on her head. They looked like antlers, but they did not seem to be antlers. The White Demon King looked at the woman in the ice coffin and said softly, "She is Inshin and Tingshin's mother. More than 10 years ago, her primordial spirit was greatly damaged. I could only seal her in this ice coffin to preserve the last trace of her primordial spirit." Limu asked, "Is she the one the Demon King wants me to save?" The White Demon King nodded and asked, "Brotherly, do you have a way?" Limu thought for a moment and said, "I'll give it a try." At present, the Buddhist light triggered by the Heart Sutra had a miraculous effect on repairing damaged soul bodies and primordial spirits. However, Limu did not know if a person who had been unconscious for more than 10 years could be awakened. He placed one hand on the ice coffin, trying to let the golden light pass through the ice coffin. However, the ice coffin seemed to have some kind of resistance to the golden light. Limu activated it with all his might, but he could not let the golden light pass through the ice coffin and touch her body. Limu retracted his hand and asked, "Can this ice coffin be opened?" The White Demon King shook his head and said, "This ice coffin is a magic treasure I accidentally obtained. The coffin's function is to protect the primordial spirit. Her primordial spirit is already extremely weak. If the coffin is opened, her primordial spirit will immediately dissipate. I once invited Dharma manifestation and even Mahasvara realm Buddhist monks. At that time, the coffin could be opened. However, it can't be opened now. Even 5th realm or 6th realm monks could not do anything." Limu sighed and said, "Sorry, I can't do anything." The flame of hope in the White Demon King's eyes was extinguished. He clasped his fists at Limu and said, "Even so, I still have to thank you. Second brother, send him back. I want to stay here alone for a while." Limu and the Green Bull Demon walked out of the cave. The Green Bull Demon sighed and said, "Brotherly, I've troubled you for nothing. It's okay." Limu waved his hand and said, "Maybe the Demon King can find another way to awaken Madam in the future." The Green Bull Demon shook his head and said, "In the past dozen years, Big Brother has tried countless methods. He invited many Taoist and Buddhist experts, but they were all helpless. He hoped countless times and was disappointed countless times. This ice coffin can at most protect sister-in-law's soul for 5 years. After 5 years, sigh, Limu sighed in his heart. This matter had fallen into a dead end. Because of the ice coffin, Limu could not save Inshin's mother. However, without the protection of the ice coffin, her primordial spirit would immediately dissipate. If Limu could reach the upper 3 realms in 5 years, there might be a sliver of hope. However, even if he had a pure yang body and dual cultivated with Lu Hanyan every night, it was impossible for him to reach 5 realms in 5 years. Furthermore, to use the Buddhist light to save someone required Buddhist mana. Limu's Buddhist mana was still in the 1st realm. Returning to the rat demon's nest, Constable Zhao was still waiting there. Inshin and her sister were still there. The 2 sisters clearly did not know what had happened. The rat demon looked at the Green Bull Demon with an expectant gaze. The Green Bull Demon shook his head. The rat demon sighed and did not speak again. Inshin walked over and asked Limu, "What did my father ask you to help with?" Since the White Demon King did not tell them, Limu did not intend to pry. He said, "You can ask the White Demon King when you go back." Inshin pouted and said, "He won't say even if I ask him." It's been like this for so many years. Right, is Sister Sue well? Li Mu said, she's fine. Bai Yinshin suddenly pursed her lips and said, you, seeing her pursing her lips, Li Mu's heart trembled. She used to do this when she absorbed his mana. Li Mu immediately said, it's getting late. I have to go back. Constable Zhao, let's go. Seeing Li Mu slip away as if he was escaping, Bai Yinshin stomped her feet. A trace of annoyance appeared on her face. The green snake walked over, looked at her and said, you also don't like him, right? Why don't we chase after him and beat him up? If you're worried about being discovered, we can cover our faces. Didn't you hear what father said just now? Bai Yinshin grabbed her ear and said, go back and cultivate well. You're not allowed to come out until you reach the core condensation stage. When Li Mu and Constable Zhao returned to the Yang County Inn, it was already night time. Although they didn't bring back the rat demon, they didn't work for nothing. At least the plague in Yang County had subsided, and no one had died. They could report back. The White Demon King was powerful in the North County. He wasn't weaker than Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Moreover, he was different from Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He intimidated the demons in the North County. To a large extent, he had helped the government. Even the county government had to give him face. After a busy day, Constable Zhao suggested that they rest in Yang County for a night and go back the next morning. Although Li Mu wanted to go back, he could only follow the majority's decision. After refining the first soul, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed and stabilized his cultivation. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Mu got off the bed and saw Constable Zhao and the Green Bull Demon standing outside. The Green Bull Demon handed a wooden box to Li Mu and said, this is the Demon King's gift to you. If he could save the woman in the ice coffin, he would accept the gift. Since he didn't succeed, Li Mu was too embarrassed to accept the gift. He said, I didn't help the Demon King much. I can't accept this gift. The Green Bull Demon shoved the wooden box into his arms and said, take it. It's just a few dozen pieces of spiritual jade. The Demon King won't take back what he gave out. Also, the Demon King has a request. If you don't accept it, I'll be too embarrassed to ask. Li Mu wanted to refuse, but when he heard that it was a few dozen pieces of spiritual jade, he swallowed back his words and asked, what request? The Green Bull Demon looked at the figure behind him and said, the Demon King has a headache over Tingxin's stubbornness. A few days ago, she absorbed people's yang qi and made a mistake. The Demon King wants her to follow you and do something for the people in the North County to make up for her mistake. Only then did Li Mu notice that behind the Green Bull Demon, the green snake was looking at him fiercely. Li Mu decisively handed the wooden box back to the Green Bull Demon and said, I can't accept this gift without doing anything. I really can't accept it. Chapter 161. Li Mu rejected the White Demon King's unreasonable request without hesitation. He was a bailiff, not the director of a zoo. Don't send any snakes, insects, rats, and ants to him. If his desire had not been perfected, he could bring the green snake with him. He could suck her whenever he wanted and it would help his cultivation. However, he had already condensed his desire. What use did he have for her? Thinking of the green snake swaying in front of him all day, Li Mu was extremely vexed. The green snake glared at Li Mu and said through gritted teeth, do you think I want to follow you? If my father hadn't forced me, I wouldn't even want to look at you. What a coincidence. Me too. Li Mu did not have the patience to hear her out. He looked at the Green Bull Demon and said, sorry, Brother Bull. I really can't help you with this matter. The Green Bull Demon sighed and did not force him. He said, the Demon King has already decided to send her to the Yamen to atone for her crimes. If it's not convenient for Brotherly to bring her along, you can take care of her. Constable Zhao took a step forward and said, I will tell the county lieutenant of this matter. However, I can't guarantee whether he will agree or not. The Green Bull Demon handed him an envelope and said, This is a letter from the Demon King to County Lieutenant Shin. Please pass it on for me. When he left, he still left the spiritual jades behind. Li Mu refused many times but to no avail. He could only accept them for the time being. Although these spiritual jades were the White Demon King's thanks for making a trip to the cave and had nothing to do with the green snake, she was still the White Demon King's daughter. At most, Li Mu would save her snake life when she was in danger. The next morning, everyone ate breakfast at the inn and prepared to return to the county capital. The green snake had stayed the night before. In the morning, she still did not treat Li Mu well. Her attitude made Li Mu feel very reassured. This way, Lu Hanyan would definitely not misunderstand. There was no need for Li Mu to deliberately keep his distance from her. Li Mu went upstairs to pack his luggage. Just as he stepped out of the inn, he heard an angry shout. You beggar, you really don't want face when I give it to you. It's your fortune that the young master has taken a liking to you. Isn't following the young master better than being a beggar? Li Mu turned his head and saw a man dressed like a servant standing beside a luxuriously dressed young master on the street not far away. The man was arrogantly scolding the young master. At the corner of the street, there were two beggars, one old and one young. The beggar girl had fallen to the ground and was covering her face. Her eyes were filled with fear. The noble young master looked at the beggar girl and said, She is a little dirty, but she is still a beauty. Bring her back to the mansion, wash her clean, and then send her to my room. The old beggar hugged the luxurious young master's leg and begged for mercy anxiously, but was kicked away. That luxurious young master wanted to kick a few more times to vent his anger, but suddenly, a huge force came from his butt. His whole body flew out and landed face first on the ground. Even one of his front teeth was knocked out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked angrily behind him. He saw a young man standing there. The young master covered his mouth and pointed at Li Mu. He said angrily, What are you all standing there for? Beat him to death. The servants looked at Li Mu, but didn't dare to rush forward. After all, those people were wearing the county government's uniform. They couldn't afford to offend them. Some of the sharp-eyed ones had already sneaked away to call for reinforcements. After being a constable for so long, Li Mu couldn't bear to see this kind of thing happen. He first helped the old beggar up, then the young girl, and asked, Are you all right? The old beggar stood up with difficulty and shook his head. He said, Thank you, benefactor. We are fine. Li Mu then realized that this old and young pair were the beggar father and daughter who had taken shelter from the rain in front of the tea house that day. Constable Zhao walked up and looked coldly at the young master. He said angrily, Bastard, who gave you the guts to kidnap a civilian girl in broad daylight? Get out of the way, get out of the way. A few constables from the county government squeezed through the crowd. A middle-aged constable saluted Li Mu and the others. He said, We have made a fool of ourselves in front of you. Leave the rest to us. He glanced at the young master who was still lying on the ground and said to the two constables behind him, Take him back. The two constables immediately walked forward and took the young master away. The middle-aged constable looked at Constable Zhao and said, You all have solved the plague in Yang County. The county magistrate is very grateful. He will host a banquet in the restaurant at noon. I hope you all will do him the honor. Constable Zhao waved his hand and said, No need. The middle-aged constable didn't force them. He said, Then we will take our leave. Lin Yu's face was filled with indignation as he said, Just now when that man was molesting the girl, these constables were watching from afar. After we taught him a lesson, they immediately ran over. They were obviously helping him out. How can such people be constables? Constable Zhao sighed and said, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Like county magistrate, like subordinates. Lin Yu didn't understand. He asked, are we going to let him go just like that? Constable Zhao shook his head and said, this is Yang County, not the county government. As long as nothing big happened, Green Snake stood beside Li Mu and sneered. She said, this is human. Your laws can't even be enforced by you humans. What right do you have to control us? Li Mu ignored her. He took out the silver and put it in the old man's hand. He said, take this money. Leave Yang County and don't come here again. The old man and the girl knelt down and thanked him. Li Mu sent them out of the city before he waved and left. Lin Yu was silent all the way. Constable Zhao glanced at him and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Yu lowered his head and said, constables are supposed to uphold justice for the people and punish the strong. But now they are in cahoots with evil people. I don't know what's the point of being constables. Constable Zhao patted him on the shoulder and said, it's because of those people that it's more meaningful for you to be constables. If you don't even have people like you, being a constable is really meaningless, Green Snake was thinking. After a while, she asked Li Mu, what does he mean? Li Mu didn't explain. He only said, you will know in the future. After returning to the county government, Constable Zhao reported the situation in Yang County to Commandant Xin. He also mentioned the matter of the White Demon King. Commandant Xin didn't refuse to let Green Snake atone for her crime in the county government. The county government still had to give face to the North Demon King. Coincidentally, he arranged for Bai Tingxin to be under Constable Zhao. She was in charge of the same area as Li Mu and the others. Li Mu had a headache about this. Fortunately, Green Snake would only stay in the county government for a month. After a month, she would go back to where she came from. Everyone had contributed a lot to this trip to Yang County. Lin Yu and the old official were allowed to enter the Huang house. They both chose spiritual jades that were helpful for cultivation. Li Mu's contribution was the greatest, so he could enter the Xian house. He was already familiar with the Xian house. Now, Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan both had their own magic weapons. Li Mu also didn't lack spiritual jades. He thought for a while and chose a sword that was suitable for Xiao Bai. She had already transformed. She could learn human Taoism and use human weapons. When Li Mu returned home, Lu Hanyan wasn't there. Wan Wan and a beautiful girl were playing on the swing in the courtyard. In Li Mu's impression, Xiao Bai had always been a cute little fox. When he was free, he would hug and squeeze her in his arms. She had transformed into a human without any warning. Li Mu couldn't completely adapt to it. Another reason why he couldn't adapt was that she was too beautiful after transforming. Monsters could not choose their appearance after they transformed. Their appearance after they transformed was related to many factors. The most important factor was their race and their appearance before they transformed. This point was also recorded in the monster records of the 10 continents. According to the aesthetic standards of humans, foxes were probably the most beautiful among the monsters that had transformed. Most of the fox demons who transformed were handsome men and beautiful women. In the folklore, most of the fox demons who seduced humans with their beauty were described as fox demons. When snake demons transformed, their appearance was generally not bad. Their figures were even better. This point could be seen from the Bai sisters. Not to mention their appearance, their slender and graceful waists were something that few women could compare to. There was a saying since ancient times that snake demons were good at dancing. No one could twist their waists better than them. Compared to the fox and snake demons, most of the transformed rat demons were shifty-eyed and not very good-looking. Tiger demons and ox demons, regardless of their gender, were very muscular. This was unavoidable. Li Mu couldn't describe Xiao Bai's beauty with words. When a woman's beauty reached a certain level, there was no distinction between superior and inferior. For example, Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, and even the Bai sisters. It could only be said that each had their own merits. Those who preferred colder temperaments would prefer Li Qing. Lu Hanyan was full of femininity. The white snake and green snake sisters had seductive figures. It was impossible to say who was more beautiful. However, if Xiao Bai was added, the scales in many people's hearts would tilt. Young master. Benefactor. Li Mu walked in from outside. The two girls stopped swinging and quickly ran over. Li Mu asked, "Where's young miss?" Wan Wan said happily, "Young miss is in the shop. I'll go find her. Young miss has been very worried about you these 2 days. She goes to the yamen several times a day." After saying that, she quickly ran out. Li Mu finally adapted to Xiao Bai's current appearance. He handed the sword to her and said, "This is for you. Take it as a gift for your transformation." Xiao Bai took the sword and said, "Thank you, benefactor." Then she looked up at Li Mu and said, "Benefactor, you said that I would repay you after I transformed. Now that I have transformed, how do you want me to repay you?" Li Mu was just delaying at that time. He didn't expect her to transform so quickly. He waved his hand and said, "Other than giving yourself to me, anything is fine." Xiao Bai thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll help you have a child." In Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, there was a heroine who repaid her kindness in this way. Li Mu glanced at Lu Hanyan, who had walked to the door. He looked at Xiao Bai seriously and said, "Promise me that you won't watch Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio again." Chapter 162. With Xiao Bai's successful transformation, Li Mu's worries came. Before the transformation, she only wanted to give herself to Li Mu, but now she wanted to bear his children. Lu Hanyan was standing next to him. Li Mu said to Xiao Bai earnestly, "Actually, there are many ways to repay a debt of gratitude. You don't have to give yourself to him or bear his children. I saved your life once, and you can save me in the future. Your task now is to cultivate well and avenge your grandmother in the future." Xiao Bai was changed the topic by him. Thinking of her dead grandmother and clansmen, she nodded seriously and said firmly, "I will cultivate well and avenge my grandmother." Li Mu saw the smile on Lu Hanyan's face. He really should have let her see how he had righteously rejected the 2 snakes. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. After dinner, Lu Hanyan came to Li Mu's room very early. The two sat on the bed hand in hand. Lu Hanyan suddenly asked, "How are you going to treat Xiao Bai in the future?" Li Mu said, "She is homeless now. Let her stay at home for the time being. The Celestial Fox clan will leave after repaying their debt of gratitude. This is their tradition." Lu Hanyan said, "How are you going to repay your debt of gratitude? Do you really want her to bear your children?" Li Mu smelled a hint of jealousy again. He said with a smile, "I want you to bear my children." Lu Hanyan turned from jealousy to shyness. She gently pinched Li Mu and said, "Let Wan Wan bear your children. She loves children the most." After returning from Yang County, Li Mu's life returned to a rare peaceful state. There was nothing much to do in the yamen. He just read books every day until he went to the yamen. Then he went home to cook with Lu Hanyan and cultivate together. His life was very comfortable. The only fly in the ointment was that the yamen was idle and had nothing to do. The snake swayed in front of Li Mu's eyes, which annoyed him. He could feel that the snake's hatred for him had not dissipated, and it was probably plotting something. Not long after he sat down and read a few pages of the book, Bai Tingxin came in from outside and asked, "How did you and my sister meet? I always feel that your relationship is not right. Ever since she came home last time, she has been absent-minded." Li Mu, I just happen to know her. How is it a coincidence? Go back and ask your sister. Bai Tingxin had a suspicious look on her face. She paced back and forth in front of Li Mu and said, "You guys didn't tell me. There must be a problem." Li Mu thought about it and said, "Speaking of your sister, I also have a question." Bai Tingxin asked, "What is it?" Li Mu asked, "Why is your father a white snake and your sister a white snake, but you are a green snake? You couldn't have been picked up from the outside, could you?" Bai Tingxin said angrily, "You are the one who was picked up from the outside." She ignored Li Mu and walked outside alone, with a suspicious look on her face. After asking that question, Li Mu did not see Bai Tingxin for 2 days. Just when he thought that the demon could not stand the boredom of the yamen and ran back to the mountain, he saw her again in the duty room. Bai Tingxin looked at Li Mu and said, "Let me tell you, of course I am my father and mother's daughter. My grandmother is a green snake. I didn't take after my father, I took after my grandmother." Li Mu did not know the hereditary rules of the snake race. He just wanted to live a quiet life for 2 days, but now his quiet days were over. She had been swaying in front of Li Mu for the whole morning, deliberately not letting him read in peace. Li Mu put down the book and said, "Can you be quiet for a while?" Bai Tingxin said, "No." Li Mu said, "Why don't I tell you a story so that you won't bother me in the future?" Bai Tingxin moved a chair and sat opposite Li Mu, saying, "You go first. Once upon a time, there was a green snake. What happened next? She liked to annoy people. And then she died." Bai Tingxin was obviously not satisfied with the story, so Li Mu threw her a copy of The Legend of the White Snake published by the Yunyan Pavilion for her to read. The White Demon King did a good job in educating his children. This green snake could read and write. She held the book and read it with great interest. In order to stop her from bothering him, Li Mu simply gave her the complete collection of strange stories from a Chinese studio. Soon, Bai Tingxin was addicted to the novel and could not extricate herself. Li Mu's ears were finally quiet. After Bai Tingxin finished reading the last strange stories from a Chinese studio, she asked Li Mu, "You humans all talk about love. What is love?" Li Mu was not interested in talking about love with her. He said, "You'll understand when you grow up." Bai Tingxin closed the book and said, "Is love really that good? I also want to find someone to talk about love with." She walked out of the guard room and walked around the yamen. Then she turned back and said, "You're the most good-looking person in this yamen. How about you and I talk about love?" Li Mu said without hesitation, "Nothing. I have someone I like." Bai Tingxin glanced at him and said, "Then don't talk about love. Who cares about you? I'll find someone better looking than you." As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from outside. "Lady Lu is here. Li Mu is on guard duty. You can go in." Lu Hanyan walked to the guard room. When she saw Bai Tingxin, she was slightly stunned. She asked Li Mu, "Is it almost time to go to the yamen?" Sometimes she would come to the yamen and wait for Li Mu to go home together. Li Mu stood up and said, "Let's go." Although it was not time to go to the yamen, he had nothing to do in the yamen. Arrestor Zhao would not say anything if he went back 15 or 30 minutes earlier. Bai Tingxin looked at Lu Hanyan and asked, "Is she the one you like?" Lu Hanyan looked at Bai Tingxin and asked, "Who is this?" Li Mu said, "Ignore her. Let's go." Bai Tingxin rolled her eyes and suddenly hugged Li Mu's arm. She twisted her body and said, "That night in bed, you said you liked me the most. Now that you have a new lover, you don't want to talk to me anymore." Li Mu pulled his arm out of her chest and held Lu Hanyan's hand. Under Bai Tingxin's gloating eyes, they walked out calmly. He and Lu Hanyan had been together for so long and had experienced so many misunderstandings. How could there be no trust between the two of them? Lu Hanyan walked out of the yamen hand in hand with him. Then she looked at Li Mu and asked, "How did you offend her?" Li Mu said, "A snake demon. She suffered a little in my hands. Since then, we have been enemies." Lu Hanyan said in surprise, "Why is a snake demon in the county yamen?" Li Mu said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you when we go back." When they talked about Bai Tingxin, they had to talk about Bai Yinxin. When they talked about the process of Li Mu and Bai Yinxin getting to know each other, they had to talk about Su He. It was not until after dinner that Li Mu told Lu Hanyan everything clearly. After listening to him, Lu Hanyan's attention was no longer on Bai Tingxin. She asked Li Mu, "You have another snake demon friend and a female ghost friend?" Li Mu immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand anything. Heaven and earth can testify to my feelings for you. I'm just friends with them. If I lie to you, I'll be struck by lightning, rumble." As soon as his voice fell, a muffled sound suddenly came from above Li Mu's head. He was startled. When he looked up, he found that the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds in a short time. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and then there was a series of roars. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. His throat moved, and he said, "Believe me, I don't have that ability. I didn't say that I don't believe you." Lu Hanyan held his hand and suddenly felt a chill on her face. When she looked up, she said in surprise, "It's snowing." Li Mu looked up at the sky and saw snowflakes falling from the sky. Although the winter in Beijing was cold, it rarely snowed in the past. This year's snow came exceptionally early. Furthermore, it was strange. There were no signs at all. After only a quarter of an hour, the dark clouds in the sky inexplicably dispersed. The snowflakes that fell to the ground also melted without a trace. If it were not for the wet marks on the ground, no one would know that it had just snowed. Wanwan and Xiaobai had already run out excitedly and were ready to make a snowman. But the snow suddenly stopped, and they walked back to their rooms in disappointment. Early the next morning, Li Mu went to the yamen and found the atmosphere in the duty room very solemn. Just as he walked into the duty room, Constable Zhao immediately said, "Get ready. We're going to Yang County in an hour." They had just returned from the plague in Yang County a few days ago, and now they were going to Yang County in such a hurry. Li Mu asked, "What happened in Yang County?" Constable Zhao said solemnly, "Last night, a malicious spirit appeared in Yang County. It slaughtered the entire family of the county magistrate, more than 10 constables, and a wealthy businessman and his son." Li Mu was shocked. The entire family of an imperial court official was slaughtered, and the county magistrate was massacred. How many years had it been since such a terrible case had happened in Great Zhou? He asked subconsciously, was it done by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? No. Constable Zhao shook his head. Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "According to the news from Yang County, the county magistrate and the wealthy businessman and his son colluded with the officials and merchants to cause a woman to die unjustly. But they didn't expect that before the woman died, she was full of resentment. That night, she turned into a peerless malicious spirit and slaughtered all those who harmed her. With the county magistrate's defensive power, even a 4th-level ghost would not be able to break through. After a normal person died, they would at most turn into a Yin spirit with heavy resentment. Even with Su He's help, people like Lin Wan, who had died unjustly, were only 2nd-level resentful spirits." Li Mu asked in disbelief, "What's that malicious spirit's realm?" Constable Zhao was silent for a moment, then said, 5th level. Li Mu's face was full of disbelief. He blurted out, "How is that possible?" Chu Jiang of Gojoseon had cultivated for many years, but he was only at the 5th level. How could someone immediately reach the 5th level after just dying? Constable Zhao said, "According to the surviving constables in the county magistrate's office, before the woman died, she looked up at the sky in grief and shouted a sentence. Li Mu suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked, "What sentence?" Constable Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life." Earth, you can't tell good from bad. What is earth? Heaven, you are wrong to judge the virtuous and foolish to be heaven. Li Mu stood in a daze, his mind buzzing. Chapter 163. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who commit evil enjoy riches and have a longer life. Earth, you cannot tell good from bad. What is earth? Heaven, you are wrong to judge the virtuous and foolish to be heaven. The woman's last words were from Do Yi's Injustice. Li Mu had recited Do Yi's Injustice once in the Yunyan Pavilion. Later, he was worried that he would be struck by lightning if he cursed at the heavens, so he never dared to recite it again. How could a woman from Yang County have recited it? Li Mu's first thought was that this woman came from the same world as him. Soon, he realized something. He looked at Constable Zhao and asked, "That woman who died of injustice, is she the little beggar we met in Yang County?" Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "We haven't investigated clearly yet." Li Mu muttered, "She must be." At this moment, he finally understood the reason for the inexplicable heavy rain in the county city that day. In the other world, Do Yi's Injustice was fictional. Most of the people who died of injustice would not have their day of redress. Even more so, they would not be able to sense the power of heaven and fulfill their vows one by one, but this was a mysterious and strange world. This world had all sorts of inexplicable and mysterious powers. The heavenly Tao of this world had a unique operating pattern. Although it was difficult to understand, it truly existed. Whether it was supernatural powers or Taoist techniques, they all used incantations or mantras to communicate with heaven and earth. Cultivators used Taoist vows to communicate with heaven and earth. If they went against their vows, they would really be punished by heaven and earth. Here, the gods were watching. One had to be careful with one's words. One could not simply curse heaven and earth. One of those two sentences must have been like Taoist techniques and mantras. It could communicate with the power of heaven and earth and cause heaven and earth to resonate. It could raise a yin spirit to such a terrifying level. The reason Li Mu could not be like that woman was because he did not have any resentment. His overflowing resentment, coupled with heaven and earth's resonance, created such a peerless evil spirit. While Li Mu was still struggling to calm down, one of the constables suddenly wondered, "That's strange, why do these two sentences sound so familiar?" Suddenly, he slapped his head and said, "I remember now. That day when I was listening to a storyteller at the newly opened tea house in the prefecture capital, this sentence was said by the storyteller. The main culprit of this case is the storyteller. Boss, should we capture the storyteller first?" Catch my ass." Constable Zhao could not help but smack him hard on the head and scolded angrily, "The main point is that storyteller. The main point is that the woman was wronged and died." Her resentment shocked the heavens and earth, and she was recognized by the heavens and earth. "You still dare to arrest people? Do you want to create another evil spirit and slaughter the county government?" The bailiff trembled and hugged his head, not daring to say another word. Constable Zhao took a deep breath and said, "The county magistrate of Yang County has done all sorts of evil deeds and will be punished by the heavens. However, he is still an official of the imperial court. Li Mu, Lin Yu, you two get ready. In a moment, you will follow the two officials to Yang County." Li Mu asked, "Are we going to get rid of that evil spirit?" Constable Zhao sighed and said, "It is not certain who will get rid of who. We need to be wary of King Chujiang. With such an evil spirit appearing in the world, King Chujiang will definitely try his best to rope her in. Once she is subdued by King Chujiang, it will be a catastrophe for the entire North County. Li Mu thought about the clear eyes of the little beggar and could not help but clench his fists. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. The Thousand Illusions Venerable had said the same thing to him. At that time, Li Mu had scoffed at it. Now, he deeply understood that this seemingly bright world had always been hiding an unknown darkness. It had been like this since ancient times. A county magistrate was killed and the county government was massacred. This kind of thing had only happened a few times since the founding of the Zhou dynasty. It would definitely attract the attention of the imperial court. The North County could not suppress this matter. The county government had already sent the news from the relay station to the central county. It was believed that the imperial court would quickly react. The evil spirit had caused the Yang County government to be destroyed. This time, the North County magistrate and the county lieutenant would lead the 6 constables and more than 10 constables to the Yang County to maintain the peace of the Yang County. What they had to fight was not only the evil spirit but also King Chujiang and his ghost generals, who might take advantage of the situation. Li Mu had an hour. He had to go home and tell Yu Hanyun. After a while, Yu Hanyun stood in the courtyard and said unhappily, "You just returned home for a few days. Why are you leaving again?" Li Mu held her hand and explained, "A big case suddenly happened in the Yang County. We have to go immediately. Otherwise, more people might be in danger." Yu Hanyun asked, "How many days will you be gone this time?" Li Mu said, "I don't know yet. But as long as the matter in the Yang County is solved, I will immediately rush back." Yu Hanyun sighed and silently helped Li Mu pack his luggage. She hugged him gently and leaned her head on his chest. She said, "Be careful." After cuddling with Yu Hanyun for a while, Li Mu rushed to the county government as fast as he could. This time, the county magistrate and the county lieutenant had to go to the Yang County. He could not be late like last time. When he rushed back to the county government, not everyone had arrived. What surprised him was that Li Si was also standing in the crowd. Li Si pointed at his face and signaled to Li Mu with his eyes. Li Mu wiped away the lipstick mark on his face and pointed at Li Si's face. There was a huge lipstick mark on both sides of his face. Li Si reached out and rubbed his face. Li Mu asked, "Are you going to the Yang County too?" Li Si sighed softly and said, "Father-in-law said that my cultivation came too fast. He wants me to go out and train more so that I can protect Miao Miao in the future." Li Si's magic power was forcefully increased by his courage and soul. He had the magic power to condense the soul but did not have the strength to condense it. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He indeed needed to train. A figure walked in from outside. When Green Snake saw the scene in the courtyard, she asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Li Mu said, "The Yang County. I want to go too." She said happily, "Finally, I have something to do. I've been bored to death these days." Constable Zhao walked forward and said, "This trip to the Yang County is very dangerous. Your life may be in danger. For Miss Tingxin's safety, you should stay in the county government." Bai Tingxin frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm too weak?" Constable Zhao said helplessly, "I didn't mean that." Bai Tingxin snorted and glanced at Li Mu. She said, "Li Mu will protect me. You promised my father." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I can't even protect myself, let alone you." Bai Tingxin looked at him and said, "That's not what you said when you were in bed." Ugh, Li Mu covered her mouth and said, "Go if you want to. If you really encounter any danger, I can only save your life. If you lose an arm or a leg, you will bear the consequences." These 2 snakes, one green and one white, were 2 extremes. They were both born of the same mother. Bai Yinxin was as innocent as a little white flower. Why was her sister so green? Bai Tingxin took away Li Mu's hand and said angrily, "Next time you cover my mouth, I will bite you and poison you." Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Don't talk nonsense next time." This snake demon obviously had no sense of propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. She would talk about sex all the time. People who didn't know would think that she had no fear of sex demons. After hooking up with Yu Hanyan, she hooked up with the White Demon King. After Bai Tingxin messed around with Li Mu for a while, she ignored him and walked around the courtyard. Sometimes she stopped in front of the constables and looked at them carefully. Everyone was scared by her stare. Because of her background, they didn't dare to say anything. Bai Tingxin looked at them and muttered carefully. "This one is too old. This one is too ugly. This one is old and ugly. This one is too fat. This one is too thin." After walking around the courtyard, she came to Li Mu and Li Si again. She first looked at Li Si and shook her head. "You look okay, but you are too thin. You don't have enough yang qi. I can tell you that you are not a virgin." Finally, she came to Li Mu and circled around him. She poked his arm and patted his chest. She said, "You're not tall, not thin, and you're fleshy. Your yang qi is more than all of them combined. Your yang qi must still be there." She licked her lips and said to Li Mu, "Why don't you abandon that big-breasted woman and be with me? My family has countless spiritual jades. You can use as much as you want. My father also has many treasures. You can choose whatever you want." If Yu Hanyan heard this, Wan Wan and Little Bai might have eaten snake soup today. Li Mu smiled and whispered in her ear, "Sorry, I like big-breasted women." Bai Tingxin lowered her head and looked at her flat body. She said unwillingly, "What is so good about that woman? Other than her big breasts, there is nothing good about her." Li Mu ignored her. He knew that Yu Hanyan was good. There was no need for him to tell her. The crowd waited in the courtyard for another 15 minutes. Two figures came in from outside. One of them was County Lieutenant Shin, whom Li Mu was familiar with. The other was a middle-aged man. Although there was no fluctuation of mana, Li Mu felt that he was unfathomable. There was no need to guess his identity. He was County Lieutenant Chen Miaomiao's father and Li Si's father-in-law. He was one of the two Destiny Realm Masters in the county government. His strength was one realm higher than County Lieutenant Shin. Arrestor Zhao first told County Lieutenant Shin about Bai Tingxin. County Lieutenant Shin looked at her and did not say anything. County Lieutenant Shin waved his hand and a white light shot out from his sleeve. It turned into a huge flying boat and floated above the crowd. He jumped onto the bow of the boat and said, "Come on up." Everyone jumped onto the flying boat. County Lieutenant Chen made a Dharma seal. Li Mu sensed that there was an invisible air shield around the flying boat. Then, the flying boat soared into the sky and headed out of the city. Li Mu stood on the flying boat. It was very stable. The scenery under his feet was moving backward rapidly. The speed of the flying boat was more than twice as fast as a high-level teleport talisman. After half an hour, the flying boat descended from the sky and landed in the county government of Yang County. Chapter 164. The sun was shining brightly today, but everyone was shivering as they stood in the courtyard of Yang County's Yamen. In front of Li Mu and the others were 19 corpses. 13 constables, the county magistrate's family of 4, and the corpses of the Wang family's wealthy father and son were all here. These people's eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with terror. It was obvious that they had suffered a great shock before they died. 19 people died with their eyes wide open. They looked up at the sky in horror. It was a terrifying scene. Some of the less experienced bailiffs lowered their heads after a glance, not daring to take a second look. Even Green Snake, who had always been fearless, hid behind Limu, his face a little pale. Limu used his heavenly eye to check and saw that the bodies of these 19 people were empty. From their expressions, it seemed that the moment they saw the female ghost, their 3 souls and 7 spirits had been sucked away, leaving behind such a miserable state before death. Although the county magistrate of Yang County did not have a high cultivation base, he was still a spirit condensation cultivator. Even his primordial spirit did not last for more than an instant in front of that peerless evil spirit. County Premier Chen's face was as calm as still water. He glanced at the corpses and asked loudly, "Who's in charge of the county government of Yang County now?" Like Yangqiu County, Yang County was just a small county. There were no magistrates and no military officers. As soon as County Magistrate Chen finished speaking, a low-ranking official ran forward and quickly said, "Your Excellency, the county magistrate and the arrestor have been killed by the evil spirit. I'm the county jailer. If you have any questions, you can ask me." County Prime Minister Chen took a deep breath and said, "Tell me the truth about the whole thing." The official shuddered and said with a trembling voice, "It's like this. Squire Wang and his son usually have a close relationship with the county magistrate. The Wang father and son always give the county magistrate a lot of filial piety during the holidays. The county magistrate also takes care of them a lot. Yesterday, the young master of the Wang family kidnapped 2 women and brought them back. One of them is the daughter of a farmer in Yang County, and the other is a pretty little beggar." He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, "After the young master of the Wang family kidnapped the farmer's daughter back home, he wanted to rape her but accidentally killed her. The farmer complained to the county magistrate, and the Wang father and son had already given the county magistrate a large sum of benefits. They blamed the little beggar for the woman's death." The jailer's face was pale and he said in a trembling voice, They secretly killed the little beggar's father and buried him in the mass grave. They also wanted to execute the little beggar in the prison and make it look like she committed suicide for fear of punishment. Before the little beggar died, she pointed to the sky and cursed. After she died, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside, and it snowed heavily. Later, she turned into an evil spirit and killed the county magistrate's family, the father and son of the Wang family, and those bailiffs. County Premier Chen clenched his fists and said angrily, "Bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion outside the government office. A bailiff ran in and said hurriedly, "Your Excellency, it's not good. Many people have broken in." County Premier Chen stepped out and the people who broke into the government office suddenly seemed to have an invisible wall in front of them. They could not take another step forward. County Premier Chen looked at them and asked, "I am the County Premier of the North County. What do you want to do by breaking into the government office in broad daylight?" Hearing that he was an official of the county, the people discussed and knelt down. "Your Excellency, I have a grievance to report." "I have a grievance too." "Your Excellency, please help us." County Premier Chen looked at the chaotic scene and spoke again. His loud voice echoed among the people. "Line up in order and speak one by one." The people who had just arrived at Yang County from the county did not expect that the first thing they would face when they arrived at Yang County was a crowd of angry people. The 19 corpses were temporarily placed in the inner hall. County Premier Chen personally opened the government office to let the people of Yang County complain. A middle-aged man walked into the hall first. After kneeling down, he said loudly, "Your Excellency, I want to report Wang Luan of the Wang family and the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. A year ago, Wang Luan ordered people to kidnap my daughter and sully her innocence. She could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide by jumping into a well. I reported Wang Luan to the government office. The county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan, not only did not help me, he even gave me 20 beatings and said that I framed a good person. He said that my daughter fell into a well because she lost her footing. County Premier Chen glanced at Constable Zhao and asked, "Do you remember?" Constable Zhao put down his pen and said, "Yes." County Premier Chen looked at the middle-aged man and said, "After I investigate this case, I will give you justice." Next, an old man walked up and said, "I want to report Wang Bo of the Wang family and the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. The Wang family took over my second son's land, but the county magistrate gave my land to the Wang family." County Premier Chen nodded and said, "Next. I want to report the wife of the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. I want to report the daughter of the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. I want to report the son of the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. I want to report the arrestor of Yang County, Qi Yu. I want to report the arrestor of Yang County, Wei Peng." In the front hall of the county government office, County Premier Chen asked questions while Constable Zhao recorded them. Li Mu stood in the inner hall and listened for a while before he walked out. The people of Yang County were none other than the father and son of the Wang family, the family of the county magistrate of Yang County, and the arresters who died. These people relied on the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan, to bully people and commit all kinds of crimes. They were involved in more than 10 cases of murder. The lives of the people of Yang County were no different from grass in their eyes. These people, without exception, all died in yesterday's incident. In the county government office of Yang County, those who were lucky enough to survive were ordinary runners. Bai Tingxin followed them out with a pale face and said, "You humans are too scary. I will never absorb human yang qi again." The grievances of the people of Yang County lasted until the afternoon. There were still many people lining up outside the county government office. After questioning one person, County Premier Chen closed the office and ordered the rest to come back the next day. Constable Zhao looked at the thick stack of case files and rubbed his aching wrists. He said, "Humans can be bullied, but not the heavens. Their deaths were retribution. Their deaths are not to be regretted." County Premier Chen asked, "Is there any news about the evil spirit?" County Magistrate Chen said, "Several people died in Yang County during the day. They were all evil tyrants and unruly people. The evil spirit's purpose seems to be very clear." He sighed and said, "She did what should be done by the imperial court." County Premier Chen shook his head and said, "The imperial court will soon know what happened in Yang County. Qin Chuan's wife is the sister of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. If it weren't for this person, Qin Chuan would have lost his position as county magistrate. He wouldn't have run amok in Yang County and caused such trouble." None of the people of Yang County, including Li Mu and the others, sympathized with the people who died. But the imperial court would definitely not tolerate the evil spirit's existence. Although the imperial court usually did not want to provoke a fifth realm cultivator, slaughtering the entire family of an imperial court official and massacring the government office had crossed the line. The higher-ups would not tolerate her. The evil spirit did not leave Yang County. She continued to kill people. Although the people she killed were all evil people, the North County government could not stand by and do nothing. County Premier Chen, who was also a fifth realm cultivator, left the county government office early the next morning to find the evil spirit. However, he was always one step behind her. If a fifth realm evil spirit deliberately hid her aura, it would be difficult for cultivators of the same realm to find her. Once the county magistrate of Yang County died, the county government office was taken over by the county government office. The people who had been bullied before no longer had any worries. In the past few days, there were many people who came to the government office to complain. Li Mu and the others were handling these matters at the government office. The crimes committed by County Magistrate Qin Chuan and the others were too numerous to be recorded. In the process of recording, Li Mu was so angry that he had a headache. He did not think that the evil spirit did anything wrong. Instead, he felt happy. These people deserve to die. The laws of the Great Show could not control them. If the imperial court did not punish them, the heavens would punish them. From a certain perspective, they did not die at the hands of the evil spirit, but died from the wrath of the heavens. The initial power of ghosts came from resentment. The stronger the resentment, the stronger the ghost would be after death. If their resentment was earth-shattering and resonated with the heavens, there was a very low probability that they would turn into a peerless evil spirit in a short period of time after death. That little beggar was kidnapped by a young ruffian. She was a victim, but she was framed as a murderer. The injustice she suffered was comparable to Doe's. Before she died, she was filled with resentment. Coincidentally, she shouted that sentence that had the effect of a mantra, causing the heavens to change and turning into a peerless evil spirit. Li Mu was actually a little flustered. If he looked closely, this evil spirit was created by him. If the imperial court wanted to settle the score, he and the Yunyan Pavilion would not be able to escape. However, if he had the chance to choose again, Li Mu would probably still tell the story of Doe's death. If there was no Doe's injustice, if there was no rain in the county capital, and if there was no beggar hiding outside the Yunyan Pavilion, perhaps there would be one less evil spirit in this world, but there would be one more wronged soul. And those who should have gone to hell could continue to harm the world. In these few days, the evil spirit was still on the move. In other places of Yang County, there were more and more ghosts causing trouble. It was obvious that there was a mastermind behind the scenes who wanted to throw Yang County, and even the entire North County, into chaos. The imperial court's reaction to this matter was faster than Li Mu had expected. In just 5 days, an imperial envoy came from the Middle County to Yang County with a piece of news. Any cultivator of the Great Zhou dynasty who could slay this evil spirit would receive a heaven-level talisman or a heaven-level elixir. They could also choose an earth-level magic treasure. This kind of reward was enough to make countless cultivators in the North County and the surrounding counties go crazy. Stupid. In the Yang County Yamen, County Minister Chen looked coldly at a feminine man and said, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals are also looking for that evil spirit. Is the imperial court trying to push this evil spirit to Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? Chapter 165. The feminine man sneered and said, How dare a fifth realm brat call himself a king? No matter what the reason was, she killed an official of the imperial court and massacred the county office. She has violated the imperial court's bottom line and dignity. We must destroy her soul. County Minister Chen waved his sleeves and left. The two parted on bad terms. Constable Zhao walked forward and asked, Sir, what should we do now? County Minister Chen said, Organize the complaints of the people in Yang County and send them to the county office. Send people to suppress the evil spirits in Yang County and be careful of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's subordinates. County Minister Chen walked forward and said, Although she died unjustly, she did violate the imperial court's bottom line. If we can't bring her to justice, it will be North County's fault. It will be hard to explain to the imperial court. I'm worried about Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. County Premier Chen's expression was solemn as he said, King Chu Jiang definitely has some sort of objective for coming to the northern county. The longer he stays here, the greater his plans will be. Presently, he already has 16 soul realm ghosts under him. If he subdues even this fierce spirit, then his forces will definitely increase greatly. We have to be careful of him. County Minister Shen nodded and asked, I heard that they asked for help from the ancestral court of Fu Lu School. Did they reply? They were rejected. County Premier Chen snorted coldly and said, A fifth realm ferocious spirit can only be subdued by the peak masters. The talisman sect heard that this woman died because she was wronged. Before she died, she resonated with heaven and earth and turned into a ferocious spirit. She refused to help and they could not even enter the mountain gate. In the past few days, Li Mu's task in Yang County was to organize the files. He heard about the evil spirit every day. County Minister Chin had been chasing her but couldn't catch up. The Imperial Court also sent an Imperial envoy to supervise North County's government and get rid of this evil spirit that violated the Imperial Court's bottom line. They also offered a large reward to attract cultivators from North County. A large portion of the cultivators sympathized with the evil spirit's encounter and were unwilling to help. However, the generous reward had indeed attracted a large number of people. However, they had joined hands to encircle and annihilate that fierce spirit many times, but they had not succeeded once. All the cultivators who surrounded the evil spirit were sucked dry of their magic power. Although their lives were preserved, their cultivation foundation was destroyed, and they could only become mortals in the future. It was said that the Imperial Court had once sent people to Mount Baiyun for help, but they were rejected by the ancestral court of Fu Lu School. Taoist cultivation focused on following the heavenly Tao. Naturally, they would not attack a vengeful spirit that was recognized by the heavenly Tao. If the Fu Lu school did not attack, no one in the North County could do anything to the evil spirit. As more and more villains died by her hands, in addition to absorbing the magic power of those cultivators, her strength also increased day by day. The Imperial envoy had already sent someone to ask for reinforcements. Presumably, more powerful cultivators would arrive here soon. Bai Tingxin had been quiet for the past few days. She was on guard against everyone around her. She slipped into Li Mu's duty room and asked anxiously, "Do you think that evil spirit will come looking for me?" Li Mu raised his head and looked at her. He asked, "Why would she look for you?" Bai Tingxin said worriedly, "Didn't you say that she killed a lot of bad people in the past few days?" I used to absorb people's yang qi. Will she come to kill me?" Li Mu finally knew the reason why she had been afraid for the past few days. He comforted her, "Don't worry, she won't come looking for you." Bai Tingxin was slightly relieved. She asked again, "Why?" Li Mu said, "The people she killed were all evil people who had committed many crimes. They deserved to die. Although you also made mistakes, your crimes do not deserve to die." Bai Tingxin was relieved. She asked curiously, "How does she know who are evil and who are good people?" Li Mu explained, "People who have killed people will have evil spirits, resentment, blood, and will definitely lack righteousness. Ghosts are the most sensitive to these. Naturally, they can distinguish. If you have these on you that night in the bamboo forest." Li Mu did not finish his sentence. Bai Tingxin asked, "What happened that night in the bamboo forest?" Li Mu put down the dossier and gave her a meaningful smile. He said, "What do you think?" If she was really an evil demon, Li Mu would have taken her life that day in the bamboo forest. Bai Tingxin understood Li Mu's answer. Her face turned pale, and she ran out quickly. Li Mu picked up the dossier again and sighed softly. If the little beggar had turned into an evil spirit and left Yang County after taking her revenge, she could have gone to Yudu or a place where no one could find her to cultivate. She could have continued to exist in another form. However, she had chosen this path. Even if she killed people who deserved to be killed, the Imperial Court would still erase her completely for the sake of dignity and face. Yang County, on a remote mountain path. More than 10 cultivators surrounded a ball of black fog. That evil spirit is inside. Everyone, let's attack together. Let's kill this ghost together and split the rewards equally. These cultivators rushed forward and attacked the black fog with all kinds of Fu magical treasures, divine arts, and spells. The black fog endured these attacks, and its surface tumbled as if it was boiling. Just as everyone was about to launch a second round of attacks, the black fog suddenly spread out and enveloped them. The noisy mountain path quieted down in an instant. The black fog swallowed everything and tumbled violently. After a moment, it shrunk back. More than 10 people lay on the ground, unconscious. They had no magic power left in their bodies. Not far away, a monk's staff had just given off a golden light, which dissipated in an instant. 2 blood-red light spots appeared in the black fog, and then an emotionless voice said, "Do you want to kill me too?" Amitba. The monk touched his bald head and said, "Miss, you've misunderstood. I just want to ask for directions. May I know how to get to Yang County Town?" No more sounds came from the black fog. It ignored the monk and went far away in an instant. What a heavy aura of resentment. The monk looked sad and murmured, "If this continues, I'm afraid she'll lose her mind and completely fall into the devil's path." He glanced at the direction where the black fog disappeared. He did not chase after it, and slowly walked down the mountain. 15 minutes after his figure disappeared, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared here. The black figure looked at the fainted cultivators on the ground and curled his lips. His body turned into a cloud of black fog and pounced on them. Yang County Town Office. Li Mu just learned that more than 10 cultivators had died in the hands of the evil spirit. This was the first time she killed the cultivators who surrounded her. Before this, she would only suck their magic power dry. "Look, this is the evil spirit you sympathize with." The feminine man pointed at County Governor Chin and County Lieutenant Shin and scolded, "Don't think I don't know that when we surrounded the evil spirit, you were not willing to help at all. Now that 15 people are dead, are you satisfied?" County Governor Chen's face was gloomy. He said in a low voice, "The aura of resentment on her is too heavy. She has killed too many people. I'm afraid she has lost her mind." County Lieutenant Shin shook his head and sighed, "If that's the case, we must capture her as soon as possible." The feminine man snorted and said, "I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you still can't capture the evil spirit, I'll report everything here to the Imperial Court, Amitba." Suddenly, a Buddhist chant was heard. A monk walked in from outside and said, "The deaths of the 15 people were not caused by this evil spirit." The feminine man looked at him and asked coldly, "Who are you?" County Lieutenant Shin walked forward and looked at the monk. He asked, "Master Xuandu, is there something else?" Xuandu saw Li Mu and nodded at him. He then explained, "I saw it with my own eyes. The evil spirit only sucked the 15 people's magic power and did not kill them. The culprit should be someone else." The feminine man frowned and said, "Why should I believe your one-sided story?" Xuandu said, "I can swear in the name of Buddha." "Don't give me that. I don't believe in Buddha. It's useless for you to swear in the name of Buddha." The feminine man looked at County Governor Chen and said, "I'll only give you 3 days. After 3 days, if the evil spirit is not captured, you have to think about how to explain it to the Imperial Court." Xuandu chanted the Buddhist chant again and said, "If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? That evil spirit is very powerful. If we can guide it." The feminine man waved his hand and said, "This is the Imperial Court's business. It's not up to a monk like you to interrupt." Xuandu looked at him and said, "Please don't interrupt me." The feminine man said coldly, "So what if I interrupt you?" Xuandu said, "I'm trying to reason with you." The feminine man said, "There's no reason for me to reason with you. What this penniless monk hates the most are unreasonable people." Xuandu shook his head and didn't look at the feminine man again. He walked to Li Mu and said, "Benefactor Li, please help me with the monk's staff." Then he looked at Bai Yinshin beside Li Mu and said, "Snake Demon Girl, please help me with the alms bowl." "Thank you." She did not know when County Governor Chin had entered the room. County Governor Chin looked up at the sky and seemed to be thinking about something. When Li Mu looked up, Xuandu had already disappeared in front of him. Then he heard the sound of fists hitting flesh and Xuandu's familiar scolding. "Damn it, I gave you face, but you don't want it. I'm telling you, I've been tolerating you for a long time. What's wrong with the Imperial Court? So what if the Imperial Court doesn't care about the lives of the people and can't distinguish between right and wrong? Li Mu had already known Xuandu's character. When he was still willing to reason with him, it was better to reason with him. When he was no longer willing to reason with him, it would be useless no matter how much he begged him. He would choose to use his fists to tell him what the real reason was. At this time, County Governor Qin was nowhere to be seen and County Governor Qin was absent-minded. The constables who were standing in the yard also chose to leave. Bai Yinxin held the alms bowl and stared blankly at the scene in front of her with her eyes wide open. The alms bowl fell from her hand and hit her feet, but she didn't notice it at all. Chapter 166. In the blink of an eye, the feminine-looking man was lying on the ground, motionless. Buddha is merciful. Xuandu wiped the bloodstains on his hands. His expression of compassion had returned to his face. He said in a low voice, "You can't be unreasonable." County Minister Qin, who had disappeared, appeared in the yard again. He bowed to Xuandu with one hand and said, "Master Xuandu, please." Xuandu took back the Buddhist staff from Li Mu's hand and picked up the alms bowl from the ground. He smiled at Li Mu and walked into the hall of the county office. The unconscious feminine-looking man was carried back by someone. Li Mu was about to return to the duty room when he heard a cry of pain. Green Snake held onto Li Mu's shoulder and lifted one of her legs. She was about to cry and said in pain, "My leg." Xuandu's alms bowl was a magic treasure. It was not light. An adult would have to use all his strength to barely carry it. The alms bowl had fallen and hit her foot. It seemed that she was not lightly hit. Li Mu saw her painful expression and cold sweat on her forehead. He asked, "Is it very painful?" Green Snake gritted her teeth and said, "Nonsense, I'll try hitting you." Li Mu shook his head indifferently and said, "Then you can feel the pain yourself." After that, he turned and walked to the duty room. Green Snake's face was full of hatred. She limped into the duty room after him. In the hall of the county office, County Minister Chen looked at Xuandu and said with a smile, "Master Xuandu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your mana has improved a lot." Xuandu smiled and asked, "Who was that unreasonable person just now?" County Minister Chen said, "He was an imperial envoy from the Imperial Court. He was in charge of supervising the murder of the county magistrate of Yang County." Xuandu furrowed his brows and said, "Has the Imperial Court fallen so far that such a person who is unclear about good and evil, who cannot distinguish right from wrong, can become an imperial envoy?" County Magistrate Chen shook his head and said, "The officialdom is far more complicated than Master Xuandu can imagine. The wife of the county magistrate of Yang County is the sister of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. I'm afraid he's the one behind all this. I've already handed the people's petition to the county magistrate. The county magistrate will personally go to Zhong County to meet His Majesty." Xuandu put his palms together and said, "Those who win the hearts of the people win the world. I hope the Imperial Court can give justice to the girl and the people of Yang County. Grand Master, please believe in the Imperial Court and His Majesty." County Governor Chen heaved a sigh of relief and said, "The most important thing now is to find that evil spirit. We can't let her continue to do whatever she wants. We have to find the culprit behind this and return peace to Yang County." After saying that, County Governor Chen suddenly said, "I wonder if Master Puji can help to convert this evil spirit." Xuandu said, "Uncle Master has been in seclusion since last month to meditate on freedom. I don't know when he will come out." County Governor Chen sighed and said, "Master Puji's dharma is profound. If he can help, he will definitely be able to eliminate the evil spirit's chi of Yin and convert her. If the Imperial Court sends someone else, I'm afraid her soul will dissipate." In the duty room where Li Mu was, he put down his pen and rubbed between his eyebrows. His head was buzzing. Bai Tingxin's foot was hit by Xuandu's alms bowl. It seemed to be a little serious. She was in so much pain that she lay on the table and cried. Her crying annoyed Li Mu. She was a snake demon in human form. Even if her legs were broken, she would not be like this. The problem was that Xuandu's alms bowl was not an ordinary object. It had been blessed by the light of Buddha for many years. She was hit by the alms bowl. Even if she ran her mana to heal herself, it was useless. Li Mu had a headache because of her noise. He simply walked out of the duty room. Out of sight, out of mind. After a while, Li Si also walked out of the duty room. He glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you going to help her?" Li Mu was surprised and said, "Didn't you say that if I don't like a woman, I shouldn't be too nice to her and it's best not to provoke her? Besides, if I get too close to her, how can I explain it to Han Yan?" Different from when he was in Yangqiu County, Li Mu was now considered a man with a family. When he met other women outside, he had to be careful with his words and actions. He always thought of Lu Hanyan and remembered Li Si's teachings. Li Si rubbed between his eyebrows and said, "It's mainly because of her noise that I have a headache. Besides, if she continues crying like this and others see her, they will think that you did something to her. Do you think you can explain it like this?" Li Mu thought about it carefully and felt that Li Si's words made sense. If he let her continue crying like this, he was afraid that someone would really misunderstand. There were already people who misunderstood that he had hooked up with the White Demon King. In this way, the matter between him and the snake would be even more unclear. Therefore, Li Mu walked into the duty room and said to the sobbing Bai Tingxin, "Can you go somewhere else and cry? I can't read the file if you cry like this." Bai Tingxin raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. She cried even louder. Li Mu covered his ears and gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll take it that I'm scared of you." He squatted down and held Bai Tingxin's ankle. Feeling the intense pain from her foot, Bai Tingxin's tears rolled down her face. She scolded, "I'm already like this, and you're still bullying me." Li Mu, you're not human. After scolding, she felt a tingling sensation from her foot. It didn't seem to hurt as much. This feeling made her feel comfortable to the bone. She almost couldn't help but moan. After a few short breaths, her pain completely disappeared. The golden light on Li Mu's hand disappeared. He stood up and looked at Bai Tingxin faintly. "I'm human, you're not." The place where she was hit didn't hurt as much. Bai Tingxin stood up and jumped around in disbelief. She found that no matter how she moved, it didn't hurt. Of course, she couldn't feel the comfortable feeling that made her intoxicated. She rolled her eyes and fell back into the chair. She frowned and said, "Ouch, it hurts." A few black lines appeared on Li Mu's forehead. There must be something wrong with this snake's brain. Even if he used the Buddha's light to heal her bruises, it couldn't withstand her torment. She reaped what she sowed. Li Mu didn't plan to help her anymore. Just as he was about to sit back in his seat, he heard another ear-piercing cry. Li Mu reached out and covered her mouth. When Bai Tingxin's eyes widened, Li Mu's hand suddenly hurt. He quickly withdrew his hand. Bai Tingxin said fiercely, "I said, if you touch my mouth again, I'll bite you." Then, she realized something and asked Li Mu, "Which hand did you use to touch my foot?" Li Mu raised the hand that was bitten by her. Bai Tingxin was stunned for a moment. She covered her mouth and ran out. She ran faster than when she wasn't injured. Li Mu immediately realized that she was faking it. Although the personalities of this pair of sisters were very different, they were the same in their love for freeloading. Arrestor Zhao walked in from outside. He looked back at Bai Tingxin, who was covering her mouth and running away. He looked at Li Mu in surprise, "It can't be." Li Mu asked, "It can't be what?" Arrestor Zhao was shocked. "Miss Tingxin is pregnant. Does the White Demon King know?" It wasn't easy for Li Mu to explain it to him. Arrestor Zhao was a little disappointed and said, "I thought you guys did it." If that's the case, the relationship between the county government and the White Demon King will be even closer. Maybe he'll help us this time. Li Mu didn't want to continue this topic. He asked, "How's the situation in Yang County?" "It's not optimistic." Arrestor Zhao shook his head and said, "The evil spirit is killing more and more people. Although the people she killed were all evil people, if this continues, the evil spirit on her body will become stronger and stronger. In the end, it might affect her mind. An evil spirit without a mind can't distinguish good from evil. It's a bigger threat to the North County than Chu Jiang of Gojoseon." His expression was serious as he continued, "What's worse is that Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has noticed the crisis in Yang County. The deaths of more than 10 cultivators were done by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's people. Their goal is to muddy the waters in Yang County and force the evil spirit to stand against the government. At that time, the evil spirit might really stand with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and become more difficult to deal with." Li Mu thought for a while and asked, "What will happen if the evil spirit falls into the hands of the imperial court?" Arrestor Zhao said, "Even if she has been wronged, she has committed an unforgivable crime. The chief culprits like the county magistrate of Yang County are already dead. She can't escape the dissipation of her soul." He sighed and said, "The evil spirit isn't something we can worry about. The county magistrate will deal with it. Those evil spirits under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon must be eradicated as soon as possible. We don't have enough people here. You and Miss Ting Xian will be in charge of a few villages in the east of Yang County." The situation in Yang County changed again and again in the past few days. Up until now, that ferocious spirit wasn't the most difficult to deal with. Even though she'd killed many people, and they were all treacherous villains that deserved to die, King Chujiang was different. Many cultivators had already died at their hands, and they'd shifted the blame to that ferocious spirit. While they were taking the opportunity to harvest the cultivators' souls, they also wanted to pull the evil spirit to their side. After Arrestor Zhao finished explaining Li Mu's task, Xuandu came in from outside. He bowed to Li Mu with one hand and said with a smile, "Benefactor, long time no see." Li Mu said, "Master Xuandu, long time no see. How is the abbot?" Xuandu said, "Benefactor saved my life. The abbot has completely recovered. He often misses Benefactor. It was not a good thing to be missed by Xuandu and the abbot of Jinshan Temple." Li Mu smiled and changed the topic. "Master Xuandu, are you also here for the evil spirit?" Xuandu said, "I wanted to send the evil spirit back to Jinshan Temple and use Dharma to reform her. I didn't expect her cultivation to be so profound. I'm not her opponent. If I can trap her, I'm afraid I'll need Benefactor Li's help." Li Mu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Xuandu and said, "I want Master Xuandu to promise me one thing." Xuandu said, "What is it?" Li Mu sighed and said, "That girl suffered a lot when she was alive. Even when she became an evil spirit, she never hurt innocent people. I hope you can save her." Xuandu didn't hesitate for long. He put his palms together and said, "Amitabha. I promise you." "Damn you, Li Mu. You touched my feet and my mouth. You." Bai Tingxin walked in angrily and pointed at Li Mu. She was about to speak when she suddenly saw Xuandu standing beside Li Mu. Xian Du revealed a benevolent expression and smiled at her. "Ah!" Bai Tingxin screamed, turned around, and ran out quickly. Chapter 167. Xuandu seemed to have left a huge psychological shadow on Bai Tingxin. When she came to the room for the second time, she poked her head out and looked around. When she saw that only Li Mu was there, she walked in with relief. That monk left. He left. Bai Tingxin patted her flat chest and said, that monk is too scary. I hate monks and their bowls. She moved a chair and sat in front of Li Mu. She stretched out her leg and said, my leg still hurts. Can you treat it for me again? Demons seemed to enjoy the feeling of Buddha's light entering their bodies. Bai Yinxin was like this, Bai Tingxin was like this, even Xiao Bai liked to snuggle in Li Mu's arms and let Li Mu use Buddha's light to expel the demon aura for her. Of course, after she transformed, she could no longer enjoy this treatment. I'm not your doctor. If it still hurts, you can use your mana to heal yourself. Li Mu rejected the green snake and said, I still have errands to run. You can play here by yourself. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's subordinates took advantage of this incident to wreak havoc in Yang County. Li Mu was responsible for the stability of several villages. Arrester Zhao originally wanted him and Bai Tingxin to be in charge together so that they could take care of each other. However, Li Mu had Bai Yi in his hands. Unless Chu Jiang of Gojoseon personally came, his ghost generals were not afraid at all. Bringing Bai Tingxin with him would be a burden. Seeing Li Mu leave alone, Bai Tingxin quickly chased after him and shouted, Zhao said to let me go with you. Wait for me, Yang County, inner office. The feminine man woke up from his bed and felt that his bones were falling apart. He roared, where is that damned monk? Men, take him down. Two figures walked in and said, Sir, you're awake. The feminine man looked at the two Divinity Realm cultivators and said angrily, you're only back now. Where the hell did you go? The two of them looked at each other and said, didn't my lord ask us to capture that evil spirit? The feminine man struggled to get up and asked, did you catch that evil spirit? A theurgy cultivator replied, no, the two of us aren't her match. The feminine man gritted his teeth and said, trash, don't bother about that Yin spirit. Go and capture that monk. He dared to murder an official of the imperial court. I want his head to roll. Another divine arts cultivator said, we can't capture that monk. He's a disciple of Heart sect and has already cultivated a golden body. We can't beat him or capture him. The feminine man took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. He said, no matter what, we have to give Lord Assistant Minister an explanation for this matter. Investigate it for me. Investigate the birth of that evil spirit. Investigate it thoroughly. Yang County, a village in the east. A black fog escaped from the village, but it was cut down by a sword light that came from behind. Li Mu killed a vengeful spirit that was harming the common people with a single sword strike and collected the scattered soul force. In another direction, there was a black fog that was about to escape into the distance. Li Mu wanted to give chase, but Bai Tingxin's voice came from behind. Don't move, let me do it. She quickly gave chase and shot out a green light. The green light entered the black fog, which churned for a while before gradually calming down. She extracted the soul force from the black fog and condensed it into a small ball. She ran to Li Mu and said, for you. Li Mu said, I can deal with it myself. Bai Tingxin stretched out her hand and said, I don't care. I killed that ghost anyway. Li Mu took the soul ball and didn't waste time talking to her. His palm emitted a golden light and touched Bai Tingxin's hand. Bai Tingxin closed her eyes and revealed a satisfied expression. After a while, Li Mu retracted his hand. She opened her eyes and said with dissatisfaction, how can you be so fast? The previous times were much longer than this time. Li Mu said, this ghost's soul force is too weak. When you catch a powerful one next time, it will naturally take longer. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon took advantage of the situation. In the past few days, many ghosts appeared in Yang County, causing chaos in all the villages. Li Mu and the others followed the orders of the county governor to get rid of these ghosts. Li Mu was still in the soul condensing stage. Although the soul power of these evil ghosts was not much, it was better than nothing. Many little drops make an ocean, so it was still somewhat useful. Bai Tingxin saw that Li Mu needed the soul force, so she offered to help Li Mu kill the ghosts and retrieve their souls. Of course, it was not for free. Every time she killed a ghost, she would contribute a portion of soul force to Li Mu. She would ask Li Mu to use the Buddha's light to make her feel comfortable. After careful consideration, Li Mu realized that this was a profitable deal. He only needed to pay a little bit of magic power to get a free long-term job. Why not? The cooperation between the two continued happily. Most of the time, Li Mu needed to stand by and watch. Bai Tingxin would help him kill the ghosts and retrieve their souls. She would condense the soul force and send it over. This was the first time Li Mu felt that it was not a bad thing to have this snake by his side. Unfortunately, these ghosts were too weak. If he could kill 1 or 2 soul realm ghosts, it should be enough for him to condense the remaining 2 souls. Li Mu suddenly thought of something and a bold idea emerged in his mind. He sent a message to Madame Chu. Do you know where the 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon are? The ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon were not gathered in one place. Like the green-faced ghost and Madame Chu, they had their own nests. The current Li Mu, with the help of Madame Chu, could easily deal with these 4th realm ghosts. Since Chu Jiang of Gojoseon could send his subordinates out to do evil, Li Mu could also take the initiative to find them. Madame Chu said, I don't know all of them. They are scattered all over the 13 counties in the North County. I only know a few of them. Although Li Mu did not want to be remembered by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, he had already killed one of his ghost generals. Killing 1 or 2 was still killing. He might as well use them to help him condense his soul. After making up his mind, Li Mu stood up and said to Bai Tingxin, you go back to the county office first. I'll go out and do something. Bai Tingxin said, I'm not going. I want to go with you. Li Mu said, be good. Wait for me to go back. I'll let you feel comfortable for 2 hours. It's a deal. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Tingxin disappeared in front of Li Mu at an incredible speed. Without her dragging him down, Li Mu did not have so many scruples. With a thought, Bai Yi flew out of the scabbard. Li Mu jumped on the sword and turned into a stream of light, quickly disappearing into the sky. In a valley in the north of Yang County. This valley was shrouded in smoke and miasma all year round. Very few people came close. It was rumored that there were man-eating evil spirits in this valley. Although no one had ever been eaten, the nearby people would take a detour when they came here. Even hunters and woodcutters would not come close to this place. Outside the valley, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Li Mu felt the extremely dense yin qi in the valley and said, you really know how to pick a place. Madame Chu revealed herself and said, that red-haired ghost is here. She released her aura. After a while, thick fog rolled in the valley. A short man walked out of the thick fog. The man was short and only reached Li Mu's waist. He had conspicuous red hair. When he saw Madame Chu, he was shocked and said, Madame Chu, you're not dead. He sized up Madame Chu and said in joy, not only are you not dead, but you've also advanced to the soul realm. Why are you looking for me? Have you thought it through and agreed to dual cultivate with me? Madame Chu did not answer. What greeted the man was a sharp sword that shone with a cold light. The short man was shocked and said, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of His Highness' punishment? He hurriedly dodged and was slashed a few times by Madame Chu. His face was filled with anger and he said loudly, fine, if you want to play, I'll play with you. He stuck one hand into his chest and pulled out a huge mace from his body. Holding it with both hands, he waved it with the power of thunder. After the red-haired man had a weapon, Madame Chu could not gain the upper hand. Li Mu hid in the dark and watched. Although they were both at the fourth realm, Madame Chu had just advanced and her magic power was not as good as this red-haired ghost's. In the same realm, the difference in strength would be great. Those that Li Mu knew, such as Su He, Xuandu, and Commandery Officer Shin, were all at the peak of the fourth realm. The Tiger Demon and the Green Bull Demon were slightly weaker. Madame Chu, who had just advanced, would not be able to last long under their hands. According to Madame Chu, this crimson-haired ghost was a Soul Realm ghost cultivator, and he was ranked at the 14th position amongst the 18 ghost generals under King Chu Jiang. With Madame Chu's cultivation, it probably wouldn't be long before she lost. Li Mu walked out from behind the tree and formed a hand seal. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and hit the red-haired ghost's head. All his hair stood on end. Although his soul was not directly destroyed, the aura on his body instantly withered. His originally solid soul body immediately became a little illusory. When Li Mu was in the soul-tempering realm, he could already kill third-realm demons with lightning techniques. Now that he was in the soul-condensing realm, although he could not kill fourth-realm demons instantly, this move could be used as a sneak attack. It could be used as a surprise attack and cause considerable damage to fourth-realm demons. Li Mu's sneak attack was successful. The red-haired ghost's body faded and his aura withered. Madame Chu instantly turned the situation around. The red-haired ghost was flustered and exasperated. He looked at Li Mu and said angrily to Madame Chu, "You actually colluded with humans. His Highness will not let you off." Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck his head. The red-haired ghost could not dodge in time and his body became even weaker. He was angry and shocked and hid back into the fog. Madame Chu did not waste the opportunity and chased after him with her sword. Li Mu felt waves of magic power coming from the fog. After a while, Madame Chu walked out of the fog with a solid soul ball floating in her palm. The 14th Ghost General under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was dead. Madame Chu handed the soul ball to Li Mu and said, "The 12th Ghost General under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is also in Yang County. Also, the Rakshasa Ghost and the Long-Tongued Ghost are in Yu County, which is adjacent to Yang County." Chapter 168. In the north of Yang County. A figure descended from the sky and landed on a cliff that was about 1,000 feet tall. A cloud of mist surged out of the Bai sword. Madame Chu appeared and said to Li Mu, "There's a ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon called the Big Head Ghost. He's ranked 12th among the 18 ghost generals. His strength is even stronger than the red-haired ghost. He lives in a cave under this cliff." Li Mu looked at the cliff below and said, "Go down and lure him up. I'll ambush him from above." Madame Chu nodded and flew down the cliff. She descended several dozen feet, and a pitch-black hole appeared on the cliff face. The hole was hidden under the weeds. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice it. The inside of the hole was eerie. Madame Chu entered with her sword. Soon, a wave of magic power came from the hole. Not long after, Madame Chu escaped from the hole in a sorry state and floated up the cliff. A ghostly figure with a huge head chased out of the cave. This ghost's head was huge, and his body was only half the size of his head. His eyes were like lanterns, and there was a huge dustpan-like mouth on his face. Traces of black liquid flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He grinned his terrifying huge mouth and clicked his tongue. "It's actually Madame Chu. She's even advanced to the soul realm. If I can devour her, my strength will be able to enter the top 5 ghost generals and be put in an important position by His Highness." The big head ghost raised his head to take a look and quickly chased after them. However, just as he flew up the cliff, a purple lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck his head. Madame Chu disappeared. A young man holding the sword she was holding just now was looking at him with a smile. This was the last consciousness of the big head ghost. The purple lightning directly erased his intelligence and turned his body into soul power. Li Mu stretched out his hand. The soul power of the big head ghost turned into a soul ball and was absorbed into his body. Madame Chu's magic power was much weaker than Su He's at that time. When he was possessed by Su He, Li Mu's thunder dharma and various mystiques could rival those in the creation realm. However, by borrowing Madame Chu's dharmic powers, Li Mu could only be invincible in the 4th realm. This was the most accurate assessment he had of his own strength after several battles. With the help of Dao techniques, he could unleash a shred of 5th-tier power. Killing a normal 4th-tier cultivator was not a problem. However, if he encountered a true 5th-tier cultivator, his power would still be insufficient. With this kind of strength, it was difficult to deal with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, but it was easy to deal with the ghost generals under his command. According to Madame Chu, apart from the first ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, the strongest of the other ghost generals was only at the peak of the 4th realm. Half a year ago, the first ghost general had just reached the spectre realm under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's nurturing. The middle 3 realms of ghost cultivators were the Baal Soul, Spectre Soul, and Origin Soul. They corresponded to the Taoism's mystiques, Creation Realm, and Dongxian, and the Buddhism's Golden Body, Dharma Idol, and Freedom. Madame Chu, the red-haired ghost, and the big head ghost were Baal souls. Su He was a Baal soul that was very close to the Spectre Soul. With Li Mu's current strength, it was nigh impossible for him to defeat a Spectre Realm Phantom General. He collected his thoughts and looked at Madame Chu. Next. Madame Chu thought for a moment and said, 50 li from here, in Yu County, there's an abandoned old mansion. The Rakshasa ghost is there. He's ranked 9th among the 18 ghost generals. Feeling the surging soul power in his body, Li Mu's eyes burned with passion. He could condense all 3 souls if he killed another Baal soul. Let's go. Yu County. In an unknown village, a ferocious-looking man was kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling as he pleaded, "Grandpa Ghost, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again." In front of him, there was a human-shaped black mist. One could only vaguely make out the silhouette of a human within the black mist. There were 2 blood-red rays where the eyes should be, and they seemed to be able to draw one's soul away. The villagers were kneeling on the ground. Even though their faces were pale, there was a hint of delight in their eyes when they looked at the ferocious-looking man. The ferocious-looking man who was kneeling on the ground had lost his usual ferocity. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and there was a pungent smell coming from beneath him. "You deserve to die." An inhuman voice sounded from the black mist. As soon as the voice sounded, 3 silhouettes floated out from the ferocious-looking man's body. They turned into specks of light that were absorbed by the black mist. After absorbing the specks of light, the blood-red rays at the top of the black mist seemed to become even more glaring. The black mist swept away, and the villagers were still kneeling on the ground. After another quarter of an hour, a brave man stood up and ran to the side of the ferocious-looking man to take a look. He shouted, "Dead, he's dead." When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited. "He's finally dead. We can live a good life in the future. The heavens have eyes. It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead." The last trace of fear they had for the ferocious spirit disappeared with the man's death. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction that the black mist had disappeared. The black mist drifted all the way until it was blocked by a black-robed figure in a remote mountain. A voice quickly sounded from under the black robe. I am the #1 ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Your Excellency has killed so many people. The Imperial Court will definitely send experts to eliminate you. No matter how high your Excellency's cultivation is, you won't be able to defeat the Great Zhou Court. Why don't you pledge allegiance to His Highness Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? His Highness will guarantee your safety, scram. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, a cold and emotionless voice came from the black mist. The black-robed man said, Your Excellency, you have to think carefully. The aura in the black mist became extremely unstable. The black-robed man's expression changed and he immediately moved out of the way. Looking at the black mist drifting away, the fear on his face gradually disappeared. How could such a thing happen? His face was filled with disbelief as he muttered, It's only been a few days and she already has such a terrifying cultivation. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before even His Highness won't be her match. In the forest, 2 more ghosts floated out. One of them said with a trembling voice, This ghost's pressure is even more terrifying than what His Highness gave me. The black-robed man looked at him and said, That's because she doesn't know how to cultivate. If this continues, I'm afraid her intelligence will be assimilated by the ferocious spirit and she will completely become a ferocious spirit that only knows how to kill. At that time, the northern county will be interesting. One of the ghosts laughed and said, If that's the case, wouldn't it be even more beneficial for us? The black-robed man stretched out his hands, and a soul ball condensed in each of his palms. He put the soul ball into the bodies of the 2 ghosts and said, The green-faced ghost is dead, and Madame Chu is missing. There are only 16 of the 18 ghost generals left. This is the soul power of the cultivators I've collected over the past few days. The 2 of you are only a step away from the soul realm. When you go back, refine it well and try to advance to the soul realm as soon as possible. Thank you, my lord. The 2 ghosts were so excited that their soul bodies trembled as they knelt on the ground to thank him. At this moment, another soul shadow rushed over from behind. Before it arrived, it shouted loudly, My lord, bad news, bad news. The black-robed man said coldly, What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Was the ferocious spirit captured? No, no. The soul shadow said with a trembling voice, The red-haired ghost, the big-headed ghost, and the Rakshasa ghost, they were killed. What? The black-robed man's expression changed when he heard this. He grabbed the soul shadow's neck and said angrily, What did you say? Say it again. The soul shadow said in fear, Their soul lamps were extinguished. Just as he finished speaking, black fog kept surging out from the black-robed man's body. That was a sign that he was extremely angry and his magic power was out of control. They had spent countless resources to create the 3 soul realm ghost generals. They had only created 15 ghost generals of this level in 5 years. The death of these 3 ghost generals was equivalent to their 1 year of hard work being in vain. How did that person know where they were? The black-robed man's voice was extremely cold and suppressed to the extreme. There must be a mole among us. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.